I do that again?
Sure.
No, didn't happen. All right. So, welcome to tonight's study session. We'll call the meeting to order. This is June 3rd, 2024, and we will be talking about hauled waste disposal tonight. Larry, do you want to set this up?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, if I can, just have a few minutes before I pass the baton to Mr. Lewis and Ms. Owensby. We, as the mayor and council is aware, one of the services that are provided out at our wastewater treatment plant is the septic disposal, both for septic waste as well as for chemical toilets. And the mayor and council is aware that a year ago there were some rate modifications as well as some protocol changes that took place out at the plant. And while staff is not proposing any additional rate increases for fiscal year 25, the mayor and council asked that we have a study session to provide more details to the mayor and council before we consider our rate and fee schedule, which is scheduled for the mayor and council on June the 13th. June 17th. Yeah. Thank you, June 17th. And so with that, this is as you pointed out, Mr. Mayor, this is a study session format. And the rates will be considered at our next regular council meeting. So with that, I'll hand it off to Mr. Lewis to begin the presentation.
Thank you. I did make some changes. We made some changes to the presentation that was included in your packet. So there are some changes, and we'll get the record updated with that final version. And I'll try to go through these slides as quickly as possible and cover just the highlights, but want to make sure I give council ample opportunity to ask any questions that they might have. And feel free to ask any questions during the presentation as well. We do manage our hauled waste through our pretreatment program. And pretreatment is where we typically have to do some level of treatment before a discharger is allowed to let their waste come to our facility. There are zero dischargers or folks with just residential type waste coming from their businesses. And then we have our industrial users, which we've got 21 that are currently permitted and have to do pre-treatment before they discharge, and then we manage that. Fat, oil, and greases, that's typically our restaurants or other food type companies, and we have to manage the grease traps in those facilities to make sure they're being maintained to keep that type of material out of the waste stream. And then we have our hauled waste from our septic haulers. We've found records that go back 23 plus years that we've been receiving septage, and we had flat rates per load, $30 per load for in-city haulers, and then $45 for those that were outside of our city limits as far as the business goes. And then at some point on or before 2010, our records really don't show it, and I just have zero recall. We used to take the septage at a manhole closer to Florence and I-10, and our operators would actually drive out there, meet the haul companies, and visually observe their dumping out there. And then we moved that dump site to our plant, and we currently have that at our current plant. This is our current dump site. You'll see that it is fenced off so that people just can't come out there without our authority to dump waste into our system. And over the years, obviously, as a pretreatment program, we were permitted, and that's through our ZIPDs permit with the state, ADEQ, Arizona Department of Environmental Quality. They do regular inspections, audits, and provide verbal comments as well as written comments prior to moving into any violations for any of our operations. And so far, our operation is compliant, but over the last few years, we have been getting good, clear direction from ADEQ what they want us to do and how we process these loads, including the testing that we now do on each load before we allow it to dump on site, which is something we did not do in the past.
And Kevin, is that required by ADEQ? The testing?
It was in our last write-up, when they did their audit of our program, those were their recommendations, that we move the dump site inside the fence so that we have 100% containment. The site outside the fence doesn't have containment if we do have a spill, so they want to see that inside our fence. And we are currently in the process of designing and then moving into construction of that site that will be within the fence. So we are moving in that direction, but we've moved forward with all the other steps that we have to take, which is the testing and making sure that we're charging a fair amount for our processing of those wastes.
Thank you.
Again, $30 and $45 was our flat rate, and then in 2018, we did a rate increase, and we changed that to $30 per 1,000 gallons. So that was a sliding scale, depending on the amount of gallons that someone dumped, that was their fee. And then in 2023, we made our final adjustments to date, and that's where type 1 septic, and obviously there are 3 types of septic, and that is the amount of COD that is in the, that's chemical oxygen demand, that's in the materials that they're dumping, and there are 3 levels. Level 1 is the least impact on the plant, and we are charging $35 per 1,000 gallons for that. Type 2, which was a much stronger, or greater than 900 milligrams per liter of COD in those, and that's $85 per 1,000. And then the type 3, which is your chemical toilets, which is a much higher strength, and that's the 125 per 1,000 that we are charging for that.
Kevin, why is that important? Why are those levels important?
Because that's the effort that our plant has to go through to treat these higher strength flows into the plant. Later on, I do have a slide that kind of shows a comparison of a normal household versus the impact of these types of flows coming into our system.
Because I think I understand it, but I want to make sure the public understands it, because there's different strengths here in terms of the chemicals that are used, right, within each of these operations, right?
Yep.
So you've got septic tank versus a chemical toilet that you see, you know, in a construction site, right? And they
Yes,
have a little higher.
and there could also be blended loads.
Okay.
Where that's where you're probably going to, be that type 2.
Somewhere type 2, okay. All
So
right.
it
Can I
just
ask
changes.
Kevin as well, Mr. Mayor, is this typical with other cities too? They do that comparison at 1,000 per 1,000 gallons. There's a certain rate that they do. Is that typical?
We do have some other city rates in here in just a few slides. We'll go through that.
What's
and then
what's the COD again?
Chemical oxygen demand.
So it's the amount
And of course-
oxygen that's required.
Our plant is an environment, I can never say it, a biological plant. So we've got bugs out there that help us digest the waste that's delivered to us. If that oxygen demand is too high, it will negatively impact their ability to do their job. So we need to regulate that and manage that to make sure our plant stays.
So that higher
as stable as
COD
possible.
means that it's demanding, it's taking away oxygen from our bugs.
Yes.
Okay.
So our normal waste, I'll jump to that number, our normal waste that comes into our plant, the septic waste that comes in is 33 times higher strength than our normal flows. So that's a huge impact. We've also got industries that have that same impact on us, and that's why we require that pre-treatment. This enters our system and we have to treat it with our plant. So we don't have a pre-treatment on this particular flow, which is something we're looking at, having the ability to regulate as we move forward with the new design.
And Kevin, back to my question. So I guess you have some more slides later on that will explain the reason why there's 1,000 per 1,000, $35, and then so on, right?
Yeah, and it's hard to compare apples to apples because
And I understand.
no 2 plants are alike. Each process is different, and waste impacts their processes differently. So it's hard to compare, like for like, but we did use Apache Junction's program, which ADEQ recommended. We take a look at their program, and we've modeled our program after theirs, and that's the direction we've moved in. So I'll be showing that here in just a minute. And obviously, the impacts of these types of flows, if there are contaminants in this that we don't remove during our normal treatment process, we could pass through that through our plant, and then that would be part of our discharge. And we never want that to happen, because our whole goal is to reclaim that water and not impact the environment negatively. Interference with our plant, obviously if our bugs get impacted by a slug load, that has a hiccup on our plant, and we have to mitigate that as we try to control that process. And then those sludge contamination, obviously we've got solids that we manage through our plant and deliver out to our landfill. We need to manage that process as well, and that can be impacted by these flows. And this is the slide that shows 33,000 milligrams per liter, which is 33 times higher than our normal COD that comes in through the plant.
Well, and that's primarily because the waste coming from our communities, from homes, doesn't have any treatment in it. There's no concentrate, right, in it.
Typically, the amount of impact of what they send down the drain is pretty low.
Okay.
So that's what our plant is designed to treat.
And it has water flushing it down too, right? So it's not
Yes.
concentrated.
Yeah, it's all mixed.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. You're good. Oh, there you go.
That's good. Okay, hi. Also, whenever they hold on to their septic for longer periods of time, I mean, the EPA recommends between 3 and 5 years that you have your septic system serviced. We've seen where they've been holding it more than 10 years, and that's when we're seeing the concentrations that are over the 33,000 and have had to reject the loads. So, we've reached out even with some of the haulers when something has happened like that to say, and they came back to us, informed us, well, come to find out that that system hadn't been serviced.
And the city has nothing to do with septic system management. That's all done through the county, so we aren't part of that permit process. We do allow septic systems within the city if they're not close enough to our sewer mains. So we do have quite a few places that have septic within our city, but it's not something that we manage as a regulatory authority.
Kevin, just for clarification, when you talk about the septic though, and you had mentioned about them not doing it for like 10 years, that's the property owners, that's not the business owner.
Correct.
That has the septic, okay, just
Correct.
to clarify, okay.
So this slide basically shows the prices for the different, oops, I think I went the wrong direction. Nope, I didn't. There we go. This shows the different fees that we charge for those types, the 33 per 10,000, the 91 per for the type 2, and then the 225 for the type 3. So these are the wastewater facilities in our area that do not accept septic. And not sure if any of them did, but we know they don't today, nor do they plan on receiving septic in the future that we're aware of.
Was Global part of that? I didn't notice.
Yeah.
They were on there? Okay.
Yes, correct. So we mentioned that we modeled our program after the Apache Junction program that they have in place per ADEQ's recommendation. And you can see their rates on here, and I realize this is a rate per gallon, and I should have converted that, but pretty simple. It's $33 for per thousand for a type 1, 88 for a type 2, and then 253 for a type 3 disposal. So that's what they're currently charging at their facility. And then Prescott is another organization that does collect septic, and they've just gone through a rate change. These are their current rates, and then this is their rate plan moving into the future. And as you can see, in 2024, for the septage, it'll be 200, and then out through 2029, they'll be 225 is where they're going to be at per thousand.
No
for their
matter
septic.
what.
Excuse me?
They don't test it there? That's just a flat fee per thousand?
No,
then?
I'm sure they tested as well.
But it doesn't
But it
matter
doesn't
what
matter
the
if it's tier one or
concentration
tier
is.
three?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not, we got this information, but I'm not sure how they manage their program up there. They could have different tiers, but we couldn't find it on the research that we did.
Does Phoenix or any of the other larger cities receive septic?
Yeah, I believe Phoenix does. We did not get their information. They're a very large organization and really didn't think it was right to compare them to us. They're a different monster. So,
Okay.
I know we're all monsters. Okay. So here's the rate comparisons of those three organizations, with ours being 35 up to $250. Prescott is 200, and then Apache Junction, that range of 33 up to 253. So if you think about someone with a septic system, that's their disposal for their waste. And our residents who currently are on our system and flush toilets and we service their waste, they are currently charging, we charge them $33.70 per month for their sewer services. Doesn't matter the amount that they send us, we charge a flat rate. We did the math when we did our last rate study, and it didn't make sense for us to have a graduated rate for our residents. The flat rate was the best way to move forward with our fees. But if you can look down at the bottom there, it shows someone that, in prices for septic hauling, we've found residents can be charged anywhere from $550 to $1,100 for a load when they have their system serviced. And if you look at that, it turns out that that's about $15.27 per month for $550 per load when they have it cleaned out, up to $30.56 for that $1,100 bill for that septic. So obviously it costs money to manage those things, and that's the price that they pay, but it's always at one time, not monthly. So that's why they see those impacts. And I know we've received a few phone calls, but when we talk to people and explain that to them, it kind of calms them down and they understand why we charge what we charge. Because of course, when we raise our rates, the septic haulers raise their rates because obviously they need to cover their costs
Sure.
associated with the programs that they provide. And then just a last bit of information. In 2019, we received 58 loads a month on average, and that's been increasing. 2022, we were actually up to 207 loads a month, and then in 2023, we were averaging 173 loads a month. And to look at that in gallons, it's about 3,611,000 gallons per month on average that we're receiving currently. That one right?
That's the year.
That's per year? Okay.
That's the total for you
So
for
that's
that.
total per year that we're receiving on that
But
average.
comparative year over year.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's definitely not going down, it's going up. And while we still receive septage, we just need to manage it. And once we are closer to completion of our plant expansion, and we know the true cost of our program in our new location, we're also going to be doing a rate study, and we'll look at this in greater detail to determine, what those prices should be, and then we'll modify our fees associated with this service when we have that additional information. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Kevin, just a quick question for me. So we require other industries to do some sort of a pre-treatment. Is there a possibility now that as you're moving this inside the fence, is there a way to do a pre-treatment for this process? for
We're gonna
this,
have
for
a
these,
way-
for these users, and then,
Yeah,
I mean, if
we'll
it-
have the ability with the new facility, and I've got Brian from Wilson and Company, who is helping us design the plant. We will have the ability to manage those flows as we release them into the plant. So if we do get a very high-strength load that we don't want to just introduce into the system, we can introduce it at a certain rate to help us
so
manage
we
that.
could
ebbs and
trickle
flows.
it in versus all of it dumping it in.
We'll have
But,
that.
but can we
ability.
also treat it? I mean, is there a way to maybe kill their bugs so they don't kill our bugs?
I wish it was that simple, but go ahead, Kevin.
It's not their bugs.
Well, they have chemicals, we have bugs.
Yes, absolutely. I'm going to let Brian, he's
Sure.
the technical.
Texas A&M, go ahead.
Sorry. And my son just graduated there. I didn't go there, but very.
Well,
very
congratulations.
proud of him. Thank you. So just a few things I'll add, just on that specific question, Mr. Mayor. The new system not only has a way to hold it, to trickle it in, but it also has the ability to direct it through the new aeration basin, which is an equalization basin that's aerated, and that will be able to provide some pretreatment for that to help stabilize the plant. And that was something that was included as part of the design for just that reason. That's the reason that was put in that way. A couple other things I'll just add to this is one way to think about that. So the chemical oxygen demand, the largest expense for operating the plant is power, electricity. And by far the largest of that is the aeration of the biological process. And so, that is to aerate it provides oxygen into the biological system. And so if you have a chemical oxygen demand that is 33 times what the household level is, it costs you 33 times more energy, right? So the energy cost is 33 times that of the largest cost on the O&M for the plant. So that's really something to consider there, that it does take a lot of extra money just on the energy costs to do that. And then secondly, over the years, the stringency on protecting the environment for ADEQ is rightly getting more and more stringent, and so that requires more and more testing. As he said on the pass-throughs, that could easily be a notice of violation if there is a slug or something overwhelming. And so the testing requirements and the monitoring has to increase, and there's cost involved in that needs to be borne by the city as well to make sure. Because once it's into the plant, it's a responsibility of the city. You can't go back and blame the hauler on it for several reasons. First of which is hard to know exactly if that's what caused the problem or not. And so I just wanted to add those couple of items.
Then let me ask you, since you kind of are the resident expert here, what about other chemicals that could be used for the waste haulers? Is there other chemicals that could be more biologically friendly than what is currently being used?
Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure if I understand the question. You mean, is there something they could use in the portable toilets or
Yes.
something like that?
Yes.
It's a question I don't really have an answer for. It's pretty standard in what they use for that, and that's mainly to keep down the odors and make sure it can last long enough. And so I'm not an expert on the technology of what those chemicals that they use are, but they're very high in chemical oxygen demand. And so, obviously they're not going to do anything about it unless it costs them more. If it costs them more, then they would probably do something about it. But, I'm really not an expert in that area.
Okay. Have we looked into that, Kevin?
No, we have not.
Okay. Is it something we could look into?
I mean, yeah, we can look into it. I would probably look at the septic hauling community and ask them that question. I mean, that's the business that they're in.
Right.
So that's something, we can definitely have that conversation.
Well, I think if it impacts us, if it impacts the city and impacts our waste system, which it obviously does, then I think those are questions we should be asking them. We should be pushing back on them a little bit to do some research and at least look into, what opportunities and/or alternative types of chemicals might be available. Because I've heard there are, but I've not heard anybody talk about them.
We did take a look, kind of a cursory look at the other chemicals, and they cost a lot more money, and they don't appear to drastically reduce the issues.
Okay.
But we haven't taken a detailed look at it.
Okay. Well, I'd recommend we at least dig into it a little bit, if we can. Just my 2 cents. Donna?
Just a follow-up, Kevin, you had mentioned about such an increase in how much we were getting, and you had talked earlier about inside city limits versus outside city limits fees. From those numbers, do we know how many are outside of our city limits that are bringing them in out of all that?
Well, they have to provide us with a manifest where
it comes
the septic is coming from. So we keep that and we track that, but I don't have that information in front of us to say,
It's
this is
still
what's
bet
coming
most of
from
it's from
inside
here.
and this is what's from outside.
Because most of the activity is here.
Well, and the reason I'm asking that is because of all the cities do not accept it.
Yeah, that's true.
Are they coming into our city? And if that's the case, then those doing business within our city, I think that that's something that I'd like to know a little bit more about.
Yeah, good point.
And when we increase those rates, that could have been why the 2023 numbers dipped a little bit from 2022, was those people who were coming here no longer saw the benefit and are taking it elsewhere.
That's okay.
Pat?
I think that we enlarged our area, if I remember right, because one of the problems we were worried about was illegal dumping. So for our local haulers, if they got it from, I think, Arizona City, just a little bit outside of our city limits, if I'm correct, right? So they could do that.
Yeah, we're currently accepting it from anywhere in Pinal County.
Okay. And then,
We were going to make a change and do it just in our planning area, our wastewater planning area, which isn't even as large as our city could be. So that was a little bit too restrictive, and when we heard the septic haulers' concerns, we made that change.
so when you talk about the pretreatment from these other facilities, is there an actual facility they have on their site, or?
Yes.
And because I think some of the other guys, the septic haulers and the rental companies were looking at doing their own pretreatment, which would help with this as well, right? So they could do it.
Definitely an option, but, you know,
I mean,
there's
it's
a
probably
cost.
expensive,
There's
I
a
would
cost to
guess.
that process, and, you know, they have to pencil that out and determine, you know, what they could do and how that would impact their business.
So, yeah,
But, yeah, we have what's called local limits. So we look at our plant, we look at what our plant can handle, and we look at our permits, and that determines what the limits of each of those constituents are that we're able to accept. So if a company comes in and it's a higher strength that they're planning to send us, they need to treat it to bring it down to our local limits so that our plant doesn't get upset.
Okay. And then I have a couple correspondence from other companies too that aren't here tonight, and they came to me. And one of the biggest concerns I guess they're having is that the classification of the loads, like the testing, is what they tell me is they think they should be level 2, but a lot of times they're being recorded as level 3. And so that's where they get a lot of the, you know, the problems, because the rate jumps up quite a bit to level 3. They sent me a billing statement and stuff too. And it looks like they had about half and half level 2 and level 3 loads. This is from a septic hauler, not a chemical toilet company. I keep saying I'm Rent-A-Can company, not specifically that company, but, you know, that business, sorry. But, you know, and they're just saying if they could understand more about how the methodology that's being used and insight into the training protocols and testing criteria of how they get it, so they can maybe be more aware of what's going on and how they could help do that. Because they all want to be in compliance. They're running legitimate businesses here, and they don't, you know, and the one thing I could see is, we want to make sure that the stuff gets handled properly. And the other thing I'm thinking, so our plant's like, it's going up to 18 million gallons a day. It's at 6. I mean, so if you said we had 173 loads, the average one I was looking at here was like 2,500 gallons. That's like 500,000 gallons a year. I mean, isn't that kind of like a small drop in it? A drop in the bucket, per se, you know? I mean, when we're doing that many million gallons a day.
Pardon?
Yeah.
It is, but it's such a high concentrated strength, 33 times what our normal flows are coming into the plant.
Just in that one Because
And
right now it
that's
goes
the
straight,
impact,
it goes
because-
straight in pretty much.
Yes,
Yeah.
it does.
So, I mean, that's the concerns we're hearing. And then I guess if we could look into these, I've heard that there are different chemicals and they've been researching them from companies in town that maybe, because septic chemicals, in my limited understanding, are more like what we use, biologic stuff. And the chemical toilets are a chemical, so maybe something like that. But, you know, it's just such a big increase so quickly that it impacts their business model. So hopefully we can, you know, answer some of their questions. And I'll provide you guys with this information that I got as
And
well.
we're confident in our testing, and we did originally send we split samples, and we sent it off to a lab. And actually, the lab was coming in higher than what we were testing it for. So I think we're conservative. When we find a load that's over, it's probably even more than what we're seeing.
But you are getting it checked. That's
Yeah,
good to know.
we
that
do
you're
not
sending
allow
it
them to
out
dump until we get
independent.
the results. And then we do check that just to calibrate to make sure that we're in line.
We do it's almost an instantaneous with a probe. And then after we find that what range that it's in, we do classify it as a type at that point in time to try and let them know what it is that we're finding. But we go back and we do a Hawk method. It ends up taking about 2 hours in order to heat it up, another half an hour to cool it off so that we can read it with that. And the majority of the sampling the results that we've been getting, the probe has actually been lower. There has been some cases where it is out of whack, and we also send the samples after we test them in-house. We also send that to our certified lab, and the city's just been paying for that at this point in time. But the lab results have actually been coming in very close to what we do. Now, again, when you get those ones that are off range, we go through a calibration of the probe, so we usually see it within that 2-hour time frame of when we've tested in-house, and we're going back in and recalibrating that probe. So unfortunately, one of the loads may have come in where it had gotten off of calibration, but we do go back and readjust it. So, but we do see it, and we have been making that adjustment in the rates. So if it came in and the probe said that it was at a higher rate, we have been going back and giving them charging them for the lower rate that it came through based off of the lab testing.
Lisa?
You know, and Mayor, you talked about this septic hauling community, and I'm not sure how big that community is, but I was just curious how often you may meet with them, you know, when you're considering rate modifications and some of these, you know, guidelines and restrictions and, you know, testing models and stuff. Are we, you know, what type of communication is going out to them to make sure that they're doing what they need to on their end to keep up with, you know, all of those requirements. And again, I'm not sure how large that community is, but curious the communication that may go to avoid some of the concerns and outreach and, you know, pushback.
All I can say is our communication is getting better. It has not been the best, and we've seen where we've come up short, and we are working on trying to improve that, and we'll continue to do that.
Right, okay. Because it can eliminate or avoid
Sure,
a
yeah,
lot
sure,
of
yeah.
these concerns, so thank you.
Yeah, and making them part of the solution instead of
Right.
part of the problem. I think that's the key. We're going to be looking at that same thing on, well, different subject, sorry.
And
Anthony, anybody?
just a comment on that, and to piggyback on what Lisa said, I think that the communication is really important, and some of the stuff that we've received, you know, says there has been lack of communication, and that concerns me, and because we're talking apparently almost a year that this has been going on, so for every month that goes on, it's costing the business more money, and so we just need to do our part to make sure that we are, you know, getting this information a little bit more quickly so we can make a decision on the 17th. So.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Now, do we have to adjourn this one and?
Oh, does he have a question?
Bring the other ones?
Mayor?
Oh, this isn't a public hearing. No, sir. Well, if you'd like to ask a question, go ahead. I don't know that there is one tonight. Is there on septic?
No.
No.
If you have a question on septic, now's the time to ask, and I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Like, we got a certain counts we do 2 or 3 times a week. So you would say that is not being hit here, you know what I mean? And they come up high in COD. I pumped 12, 50 years, and I used to
Yeah, if you could come up to the microphone, because there's people watching online.
We have certain jobs we do 2 or 3 times a week, and they come up high in COD. I don't understand how it works. And then, like, I used to pump, probably 100,000 gallons a week of chemical toilet in Phoenix, and not one time did I have a COD. I took it to Apache Junction. Not one time did I have a COD. And last year alone in Apache Junction, they had 1 COD. I'm not very smart, but maybe the equipment they got bought don't work right. That's all I'm saying.
Okay? We'll make sure that it works properly. Okay. All right, well, thank you both. And, yeah, we'll adjourn this portion of the study session because we have a couple of community development.
There's a 6:30.
Yeah, it's 6:30. Well, it's past 6:30.
No, I thought you were taking it. Confused me.
All right. I'm going to take these in order, alphabetical order.
Sure.
Okay. So Copper Mountain be first.
She has them in alphabetical here.
No,
Of course she does.
mine wasn't when I
Oh, it
printed
wasn't?
them all.
Oh, we were rifling through it before.
Okay.
Anthony was rifling through it.
All right. We're going to call the Copper Mountain Ranch Community Facilities District Board meeting to order. I'll let the roll call show that everyone is present, minus Mr. Lavender. Do we want to issue him an excuse?
Excuse, second?
All right, I have a motion and a second. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All right, please note Mr. Lavender is excused. He's in Boston somewhere. The minutes, C1.
Chairman, I move that we approve of the Copper Mountain Ranch CFD minutes of May 6, 2024.
Second?
I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, new business tonight is a public hearing on the proposed full year 25 budget of the property tax levy and consider the approval of resolution number 100.
Good evening.
District Treasurer.
Good evening, Chairman and Board. The Copper Mountain Community Facility District expenditure budget is being set for the fiscal year 24-25 at $20,006,825, which is the same amount as set forth by the district's tentative budget adopted by the board on May 6, 2024. This amount includes all costs attributable to the operational and maintenance expenses of the districts and is specifically designated to provide for the possible issuance of debt, provide the payment and the expenditures for the districts, and to establish program reserves. The required notice have been published in the local paper, and the board is being asked to adopt the FY 24-25 annual budget as final by resolution after conducting the public hearing. Expenditures of the district for the FY 24-25 are intended to be paid by property tax and possible issuance of debt, which would require a separate action of the board. On June 17, 2024, the board will be asked to approve a resolution adopting the tax levy with a property tax rate of 0.30 per $100 of total assessed value. The total levy amount is $2,573 for the district. Thank you. This concludes my presentation. At this time, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? All right, Thank you very much. Seeing no questions, then this will, we have to
Resolution
approve the
number.
budget.
Resolution number.
Resolution number.
Resolution number 100,
There it
a
is.
resolution.
Such a small.
So it's okay?
Call for the resolution,
We
please.
did not call for a public hearing. Hearing.
Oh, it's public
Public
hearing. Sorry. It does say public hearing right here. All right, so before we can call for the resolution, this is a public hearing for the Copper Mountain Ranch Community Facilities District. Is there anyone here who would like to address the board on this subject? Okay, seeing none, then I'll close the public hearing and we'll call for a resolution number, please, Gloria.
Resolution number 100, a resolution of the Board of Directors of the Copper Mountain Ranch Community Facilities District, Casa Grande, Arizona, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2024 through 2025.
Chairman McFarland, I move approval of resolution number 100 as presented.
Second?
All right, I have a motion and a second. Gloria, can I please get a roll call vote?
Member Huddleston,
Yes.
Member McBride,
Yes.
Member Fitzgibbons,
Yes.
Member Herman,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Edwards,
Yes.
Chairman McFarland.
Yes. All right, we'll adjourn the Copper Mountain Ranch Community Facilities District, and we will convene the Mission Royale Community Facilities District. Call the meeting to order. Let the roll call show that all board members are present, with the exception of Mr. Lavender. And would someone like to offer an excuse?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, please mark Mr. Lavender as excused.
So noted.
The minutes, C1.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the Mission Royale CFD minutes of May 6, 2024.
Second?
A motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, the minutes are approved. And we'll move into new business. This is item D1. This is public hearing on the proposed full year 25 budget and property tax levy, and consider the approval of a resolution number 78.
Chairman and Board, the Mission Royale Community Facility District proposed the expenditure budget for the FY 24-25 is at $1,503,574, which is the same amount as set forth in the district's tentative adopted budget by the board on May 6, 2024. This amount includes all costs attributable to the operation and maintenance of expense of the district and the payment of debt service, providing for the payment of expenditures of the district to establish program reserves. The required notices have been published in the local paper, and the board is being asked to adopt the budget and final by the resolution after conducting the public hearing. Expenditures of the district, including the operation and maintenance, debt service, principal, and interest payments for the FY 24-25, are intended to be paid by secondary property tax revenues. On June 17, 2024, the board will be asked to approve a resolution adopting the tax levy with a property tax rate of 1.27 per $100 of assessed value, the total levy amount of $384,615 for the district. Thank you. That concludes my presentation. At this time, I'll be happy to ask or answer any questions.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, then I'll open the floor for the public hearing. If there's anyone here to address the board on the Mission Royale Community Facilities District, this is your opportunity. Yes, sir. Can you state your name and your address, please?
Boots Mission Royale. Taxes. What in the world are we doing? When do we stop them? How much more are we going to increase them? There has to be a limit. With the way everything is going right now, I know that the expenses for the city goes up. But as we get more money, and as our value of our homes get more, we get taxed more. I mean, it's just like a boat. Goes up, goes up. We can't keep raising them, people. We're going to tax ourselves out of existence. And that is not what government was made for. Government was made to protect our freedoms, not to run us out of our homes. Even if it's $1, it's too much. If people want to give voluntarily, give voluntarily. You guys, I know what your position is here, and I know that you're here to take care of the city, but there comes a time when you have to start taking care of the people. And if the people don't matter to you anymore, find yourselves another job. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, seeing no one else, then I will call for a resolution number, please, Gloria.
Resolution number 78, a resolution of the Board of Directors of Mission Royale Community Facilities District, Casa Grande, Arizona, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2024 through 2025.
Chairman McFarland, I move for approval of resolution number 78 as presented.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Gloria, can I please get a roll call vote?
Member Huddleston.
Yes.
Member McBride.
Yes.
Member Fitzgibbons.
Yes.
Member Herman.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Edwards.
Yes.
Chairman McFarland.
Yes. All right, we will adjourn the Mission Royale Community Facilities District, and we will convene the Post Ranch Community Facilities District. We'll call the meeting to order. Let's roll call show all members are present except for Member Lavender. Anybody like to offer an excuse?
Move to excuse.
Second.
All right, a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, please note Mr. Lavender is excused.
So noted.
C1, the minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the approval of the Post Ranch CFD minutes of May 6, 2024.
Second?
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the minutes are approved. We do have a consent agenda item on here. Is this right?
No.
It shouldn't be consent. So this is new business?
Yes.
Okay.
That's weird.
So please note that change on the agenda.
So noted.
Threw me a loop there, Gloria. All right, item D1 is public hearing on the proposed full year 2025 budget and property tax levy and consider consider the approval of resolution number 57.
Board and Chairman and Board, the Post Ranch Community Facility District proposed an expenditure budget for the FY 24-25 is $20,900,000, which is the same as set forth in the district's tentative budget adopted by the board on May 6, 2024. This amount includes all costs attributable to the operation and maintenance and expense of the district as specifically designated to provide possible issuance of debt, provide for payment and expenditures of the district, and to establish program reserves. The required notices have been published in the local paper, and the board is being asked to adopt the FY 24-25 annual budget as final by resolution after conducting the public hearing. Expenditures of the district, including the operation and maintenance and the debt service principal and interest payments for the FY 24-25 are intended to be paid by secondary property tax revenues. On June 17, 2024, the board will be asked to approve a resolution adopting the tax levy with a property tax rate of 0.30 per $100 of assessed value. The net value assessed for the total levy of $106 for the district. Thank you. This concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Any questions from the board? All right. Seeing no questions from the board, this is a public hearing, so I do want to say something that these community facilities districts are districts that are typically set up for developments like Villago, like Copper Mountain, like Post Ranch, Mission Royale. And they're usually set up to help reimburse developers for infrastructure that is built for the community. And so this is a form of repayment for those investments that have been put into the ground for the community. And so a lot of these, there's really no impact because they're very small. Some of them are larger than others. And I just want to make sure that that's clear. We go through these pretty quickly and sometimes don't explain exactly what all this is about. Mr. Raines?
Mr. Mayor, members of the board, or Mr. Board Chairman, members of the board, thank you for that explanation. I do think it's 100% accurate. I would just add one component. You can typically tell the difference within the secondary tax rate and the amount of the budget that's being approved as to whether or not GO bond debt has been issued, because that typically is going to drive a higher levy, if you will. And many of these we've got 2 CFDs that have levied bonds to reimburse for that infrastructure that you spoke about, Mayor. That is the Mission Royale CFD and the Valago CFD. Neither Post Ranch or Copper Mountain Ranch, as an example, have issued any debt because there's not been any improvements or infrastructure. But it's important to note that the lion's share of the secondary tax that is collected is used to service the debt on the bonds that are, in essence, a reimbursement to the developer for the infrastructure, the public infrastructure, I should add,
Right.
that ultimately is built within that community.
Right. Thank you, Larry. All right, seeing, this is a public hearing, so I want to open the public hearing. Is there anyone here who would like to speak to the board about the Post Ranch Community Facilities District? All right, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and call for a resolution number, please, Gloria.
Resolution number 57, a resolution of the Board of Directors of Post Ranch Community Facilities District, Casa Grande, Arizona, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2024 through 2025.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve resolution number 57 as presented.
Second.
All right, a motion and a second. Gloria, can I please get a roll call vote?
Member Huddleston,
Yes.
Member McBride,
Yes.
Member Fitzgibbons.
Yes.
Member Herman,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Edwards,
Yes.
Chairman McFarland.
Yes. All right, we'll adjourn the Post Ranch Community Facilities District, and we will convene and call to order the Valago Community Facilities District. Let the roll call show that all members are present,
So
with
noted.
the exception of Mr. Lavender. Is there anyone who
I
would
move
like
to
to?
excuse.
Okay.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Please note, Mr. Lavender is excused.
So noted.
All right, the minutes, C1.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the Valago CFD minutes of May 6, 2024.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, the minutes are approved. Next item is item D, D1. This is a public hearing and new business on the proposed full year 25 budget and property tax levy, and consider the approval of resolution number 73.
Chairman and Board, the Valago Community Facilities District proposed expenditure budget for the FY 24-25 is $293,680, which is the same amount as set forth in the district's tentative budget adopted by the board on May 6, 2024. The amount includes all costs attributable to the operation and maintenance expenses of the district, and is specifically designed to provide for payment of debt service provided in the payment of the expenditures of the district, and to establish program reserves. The required notice has been published in the local paper, and the board is being asked to adopt the FY 24-25 annual budget as final by resolution after conducting the public hearing. Expenditures of the district include operation and maintenance, and the debt service principal and interest payments for the FY 24-25 are intended to be paid by secondary property tax revenues. On June 17th, 2024, the board will be asked to approve the resolution adopting the secondary property tax with a property tax rate of 1.1190 per $100 of assessed value. The total levy amount of $257,673 for the district. Thank you. That concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions if there is.
Does the board have any questions? All right, seeing no questions from the board, then this is a public hearing. I'll open the meeting, the public portion of the meeting, for anyone who would like to speak to the board about the Villago Community Facilities District. All right, seeing no one, then I will close the public hearing and call for a resolution number, please, Gloria.
A resolution of the Board of Directors of Villago Community Facilities District, Casa Grande, Arizona, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2024 through 2025.
Mr. Chairman, I would move for approval of resolution number 73 as presented.
Second?
I have a motion and a second. Gloria, can I please get a roll call vote?
Member Huddleston.
Yes.
Member McBride.
Yes.
Member Fitzgibbons.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Herman. Oops. I promoted you, sorry.
Member?
Yes.
Member Herman.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Edwards.
Yes.
Chairman McFarland.
Yes. All right. We'll call the meeting adjourned, and we will stand adjourned till 7:05, when we'll start the regular council meeting. Thank you, everyone.
I get it.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to tonight's City Council meeting for the City of Casa Grande on June 3rd, 2024. We'll call the meeting to order. Our first order of business tonight is our invocation and our Pledge of Allegiance. Tonight, Pastor Anthony Edwards will be leading us in our invocation, and please remain standing because he's going to lead us in the pledge as well.
Let us pray. Father God, we come to you, Lord. We want to thank you, Lord, for blessing us to be able to assemble here together as a city, Lord. We thank you, Lord, for all of our city leaders, our council, Father, our mayor. We just thank you, and we just ask, Father, that you lead us in wisdom and knowledge, that, Father God, that we would carry business in the right manner and that we'd be guided by you. So we thank you and we praise you for all the things you've already done in our lives, all the things you're going to do, and the things that you're doing right now that we don't see nor do we realize and recognize that it is you. So we give you all glory and praise in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. Our pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Anthony. All right, let the roll call show. I believe all members are present. Jeff, are you on the line?
Yes, sir.
All right, all members are present. And we'll move to item C1, minutes.
Mayor McFarland, I move that we approve the City Council regular meeting minutes of May the 20th, 2024.
Second?
All right, I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes from May 20, 2024. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, claims against the city, item D1.
Mayor McFarland, I move to accept and pay the claims dated May 15th through May 28th, 2024 as presented.
Second.
All right, a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, any opposed? Motion pass. Meeting agenda approval. Any changes, Mr. Raines?
Mr. Mayor, we have no changes this evening.
Anyone from council? None. Okay. I'm seeing no changes. We don't have an exec session, right? Okay. So I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second?
All right, a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we do have some special presentations tonight. I think, Gloria, you have your hands full tonight. We were swearing in of our new firefighters, Liam Stilson, Logan Brower, Seth Dabb, Andrew Griffin, Jordan Meeks, Brendan Nall, Michael Palma, and I'm going to butcher this. Is it Hameen or Jamin or Jamin? How do you say it? Jamin. All right. Thanks. Sorry, Jamin. Jamin West. Congratulations to all of you. Well, you're not sworn in yet, so not yet.
If I can have you please raise your right hand. Okay. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the laws of the state of Arizona, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and defend them against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of firefighter according to the best of my abilities. So help me God. Congratulations.
All right, now that's a class.
That's right. That's the biggest class I've ever seen.
I think it is. It's got a rival, for sure.
Have to be out front.
I don't know, did they get pictures?
Casa Grande Fire Department just got a little bigger.
That's right.
Nice new station.
We need all those guys to fill that 503? Or maybe some more. All right. All right, next item is item G, which is our consent agenda. All items listed with an asterisk are considered routine matters and will be enacted by one motion and one roll call vote of the council. There'll be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member or member of the public so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered in its normal sequence of the agenda. Is there anyone who would like to remove anything from the consent agenda? Council? No. Anyone from the public? Staff? Anything? All right, seeing none, then I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Mayor McFarland, I move for approval of the consent agenda as presented.
Second?
All right, motion and a second. Gloria, can I please get a roll call vote?
Councilmember Lavender.
Yes.
Councilmember Huddleston.
Yes.
Councilmember McBride.
Yes.
Councilmember Fitzgibbons.
Yes.
Councilmember Herman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Edwards.
Yes.
Mayor McFarland.
Yes. All right, next is item H, which is our public comments section. This is where we will open the floor to any public comment. Just as a reminder, if you're here to speak about some of the public hearings that will be addressed later, I would recommend you speak then instead of speak now during the public comment section, because you will have an opportunity to speak during the time when the actual item is on the agenda, and which then can actually be discussed because it is an agendized item. And then remind anybody who does want to speak now on some other topic, you're certainly welcome to come up, and but realize that it is not on the agenda, and therefore we cannot discuss it. And I would ask that you state your name and your address for our records. And if there's anyone who would like to address the council, now is your opportunity. Yes, sir. And please try and keep your comments to 3 minutes. We do have a timer on it, so it kind of gets obnoxious when it goes off.
Hello, Mayor, members of council. My name is Charles Cork. I live at 116 East Date Avenue, and I'm hoping to be sitting in one of those chairs after the election. Well, I came here to ask you all tonight is I see there's several issues that we're going to be discussing about zoning changes and land use. I would understand, from my point of view, that when you are elected to a public office, you're basically hired by the people of the city to take care of them. And when we think about changing land use for people, you should very heavily weigh the opinions of the people that are going to have to look at it, drive through it, and deal with it on a daily basis. It's not what they've moved in by, and their voice should be much louder than that of, say, a developer who just wants to come in and make some money. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. I did have some speaking pieces here, so I mean, I don't know, Nancy, did you want to wait, or would you like to come now? Okay.
This is kind of a general item, so.
Okay.
Nancy Wood, 513 Speckle Road, Casa Grande, Arizona. And I came in tonight because I wanted to thank the Arizona Water Company and the city of Casa Grande for helping out with the boroughs during the Vista High School graduation, because the Burrowing Owls were impacted by the large number of graduates we had, and I wanted to congratulate all our high school graduates from Vista High School and hope them a wonderful future as they endeavor in their new things. So, and just wanted to thank that it was a large gathering, and our city is growing, and there was a lot of traffic and things like that. So it was difficult to kind of navigate around the area as our city grows. Our population has increased and such like that. So the wildlife there that we've had, because we were a farming community, the burrowing owls have been impacted a lot. And we actually saved 4 families of owls, which, is a couple owls per burrow and a bunch of little owlets now that are going to be able to survive. And I'm sorry that, for the inconvenience that night, of having to kind of take care of and keep them. So thank you for the Arizona Water Company, because they went over and above with helping out, that I couldn't have done it by myself, and the city and everybody that helped out, and congratulations to the high school graduates. Thank you.
Thank you. And I did have another one here. Shannon, do you want to speak now, or were you here for a topic? I would prefer to wait until the topic's brought up. Okay. All right. Anyone else? We have a general topic? Not on the agenda? All right. We'll close the public comments section then, and we'll move on to our award of contracts and consider approval of ordinance number 3421.
Good evening, Mayor McFarland, Mayor Pro Tem Edwards, and members of the council. This is to consider a contract with Artistic Land Management for the maintenance of parks, facilities, medians, and right-of-ways within the city. They are a current contractor now. The city has contracted parks and facilities for many years. They will be taking care of 43 areas, 54 acres of mowing, and 106 acres of landscaping. It is also a considerable savings to the city. Over the past year, we have implemented standards and specifications for all areas, including our own park systems that we're responsible for. An evaluation was conducted to determine how many staff it would take, and it would take about 8 staff to do what they do. We would also have to purchase pesticides, pre-emergent vehicles, equipment, and uniforms as well, which is included of what their fees are. We advertised this request for proposals in the spring of 2024. And out of the we actually received only 2 proposals for this, and we recommend Artistic Land Management for the most responsive company. They are well established throughout other cities throughout the East Valley, and they have been very responsive to us when we do have issues. They did have some issues over the past few years, specifically with some retention areas and some medians. They did have staffing issues. They also had issues with the same things we had, the stink net issues, the invasive plants that have been throughout the county. But we are going to be implementing a better quality control system and measurements for ourselves. It's going to be a little bit easier for us to implement, since we do have our standards and specifications now of what our staff are responsible for with what they do. We are recommending that the mayor and city council authorize the city manager to enter in a 3-year contract with Artistic Land Management, or ALM, for the total price of $307,000 and $552 a year. Are there any questions?
Donna?
I just want to make sure I get this. I know that we were talking about prioritizing about some of our right-of-ways, and, we're asking people to clean up their blight. And so how are we going to prioritize with them so that we do a better job?
Right. So part of our quality control we're going to be implementing is before we're actually going to be sitting down with, again, before this new contract store, we're basically going to give them a start over with their company, with their owner, who generally when we call, it's actually the owner we speak to, which that's why they're so responsive. Some of their quality control is part of the issue, and a lot of the times we were having to do that quality control. We're going to ensure that they're doing their own quality control, and we're actually going to be involving our senior maintenance staff. Have you seen them driving a little bit more? Our senior maintenance staff have skill sets that they need to go to different parts. We're actually going to be giving them the quality control aspect of those particular medians. So a particular senior maintenance staff will be responsible for certain mediums and retention bases as part of their routes. As we receive, I guess I didn't explain that will be providing a monthly report from ALM. They are required to do that. We will be giving those reports to our senior maintenance staff to make sure that they're driving around and making sure that those quality control is actually taken care of, not just telling us that they've done it, but they're actually making sure they've done it. So those are some of the things that we're prioritized over this next year.
And I know our staff do a great job, and I know that, you know, that there's been issues of recent all over the city, so we
Right.
just want to be good stewards of our
Yeah,
own land.
and we're trying to do the best on our end too to make sure we do
If
that
we're-
quality control.
We're being
with the
critical of
reports.
somebody, we need to be critical of ourselves.
Correct. I agree.
Lisa?
And you know, Mayor, I know many of our residents use the See, Click, Fix app. So how does that information get to you when it is city property?
It comes directly to our maintenance staff, generally our leads, park superintendents, crew leads, so then we can dispense some of the areas that are area. And some of the areas that we get aren't necessarily the responsibility of the city, it just really depends. We do have a lot of areas, because we do take care of all the medians, the irrigations throughout the city. We still take care of all those areas, the irrigation, et cetera.
Okay, so you encourage people to continue to use that app?
Yes.
And the information goes directly to you? Okay, thank you.
And if it's not our area, you forward it to?
The appropriate area, yes.
Okay.
Matt? I was going to say that, but since we have a good crowd tonight, everyone download the See, Click, Fix app, and you can report any issues, and we will help handle them, any department too. So it's a good tool to have. I use it all the time myself.
Graffiti, trash, weeds, all that fun stuff. Anybody else? Thank you, Danny.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, there we go. So, all right, we're going to consider ordinance number, please, Gloria. I went past it too far.
Ordinance number 3421, an ordinance of the council, the city of Casa Grande, Arizona, accepting a bid from Artistic Land Management, Inc. to provide maintenance services for certain city parks, facilities, medians, and right-of-ways, authorizing expenditure of public funds, and authorizing the execution of a contract with Artistic Land Management, Inc.
Mayor McFarland, I move to approve ordinance number 3421 as presented.
Second?
A motion and a second. Gloria, can I please get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Lavender.
Yes.
Councilmember Huddleston.
Yes.
Councilmember McBride.
Yes.
Councilmember Fitzgibbons.
Yes.
Councilmember Herman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Edwards.
Yes.
Mayor McFarland.
Yes. All right, next item is item J. This is our boards. This is our boards and commissions. We have some new appointments. Is the youth commission here?
No, they are not. But
Okay.
there's a reason.
Okay,
But they're all going to be appointed tonight, hopefully.
okay.
And we will meet
Are you
them.
going to present them, or is someone here to present the candidates?
Just me.
Just you, all right. Well, Matt, you're up then.
All right. Mayor McFarland, I'm pleased to announce that we had about 30 applications for 16 positions on the Youth Commission. We got 8 people, and every year the Youth Commission members that are current have to reapply, and sometimes they don't make it back on, and these are voted on by the Youth Commission with their membership for their membership. So it's a very rigorous process, and they know what they're looking for, and so if these kids don't give their all, they're going to know it. So pleased to say that our reappointments, Anthony Amato, El Wiles, Emma Anila, Kiera De La Cruz, Mila Lopez, Peyton Salazar, Reese Maestas, and Sawyer Barth will be appointed to return. And new members coming in this year, Corrine Jacobson, Gunnar Barth, Isabella Mejia, Kendra Wilson, McKinley Carrier, Piper O'Sullivan, Quinn Wong, and Sarah Olson. And we have the mix from different high schools, different grades, everything. So it's going to be a great year for them. And we are kicking off at the end of July with our annual retreat. So with great pleasure, Mayor McFarland, I would like to recommend approval of these 16 members to the Casa Grande Youth Commission.
Second?
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, well, congratulations to the newest members and/or the returning members of the Youth Commission. All right, next item is J2. This is to consider approval and appointment of Garrett Aldretti, thank you, and Mark Bonsall to the Historic Preservation Commission. Are either of them here? I didn't see Mark here. All right, well, first of all, and also to the Youth Commission, thank you for volunteering, but also to these newest members to our Historic Preservation Commission, thank you for your volunteerism. This is not a paid position. They take time out of their life to participate, and so we greatly appreciate it. It's important. These commissions are important to the city of Casa Grande, as they are the eyes and ears for the board, for us council members, actually. So, all right, any comments or questions about the members? All right, and I'll entertain a motion to approve the 2 new members.
So moved.
Second?
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, congratulations to Garrett and to Mark. Next is item K. This is ordinance resolutions and matters subject to requiring action by the council. This is considering the final approval of ordinance number 1178.450.
Mr. Mayor, this appears for a second reading, and it was not on the consent agenda because we did have a member who did not vote in favor of it. So we just need to go ahead and do the reading.
Okay.
Find it. Okay. Ordinance number 1178.450, an ordinance of the council of the city of Casa Grande, Arizona, amending zoning ordinance 1178 and its subsequent amendments by changing the zoning from general business and multifamily residential to planned area development on property located generally 530 feet west of Arizona Road on the south side of Early Road, Casa Grande, Arizona.
Mayor McFarland, I move to approve ordinance number 1178.450 as presented.
Second.
All right, a motion and a second. Gloria, can I please get a roll call vote?
Councilmember Lavender.
No.
Councilmember Huddleston.
Yes.
Councilmember McBride.
Yes.
Councilmember Fitzgibbons.
Yes.
Councilmember Herman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Edwards.
Yes.
Mayor McFarland.
Yes. All right, move to item L. These are public hearings, public meetings. First item is item L1, which is public hearing. Consider the approval of ordinance number 1178.451. Now it's your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. This evening, we're going to consider a zone change request for the Olas Senior Village. The specific zone change request is from urban ranch to planned area development to accommodate a multifamily senior living facility. The site is approximately 5 acres. It's located at 340 Potabom Avenue, approximately a quarter mile south of Florence. The proposal is for 64 dwelling units with a density of 13 dwelling units per acre. The buildings would be 2-story buildings with a 30-foot max height, and you can see the site on the screen. Might note that surrounding the site to the north are some apartments. To the east are apartments. To the south is a single-family neighborhood, the South Fork neighborhood. And then to the west, across Potabom, is some low-density residential urban ranch zoned development. Whoops. This item was considered by the Planning Commission on February 1st of this year. And at that time, the proposal was for a 3-story multifamily buildings with a max height of 30 feet. It was 75 dwelling units with a density of 16 DUs per acre. The south setback adjacent to the South Fork development was 50 feet. And the Planning Commission recommended denial of the zone change on a 5-2 vote. So the plan before you is the plan that the Planning Commission recommended denial of. So this item comes before you tonight at the request of the applicant for an administrative review of the Planning Commission's decision on the zone change. Those graphics on the right side of the screen reflect the project as considered by the Planning Commission. I might note that subsequent to the Planning Commission meeting, the applicant went back to the drawing board, if you will, had some additional meetings with the neighbors, listened to their concerns that were both expressed at the Planning Commission and subsequent to that, and revised the proposal to address the concerns that they had heard. Those changes were to reduce the building height from 3-story down to 2-story and down to a max height of 30 feet, to decrease the number of dwelling units from 75 to 64, thereby reducing the density to 13 dwelling units per acre, and increasing the south setback adjacent to the South Fork development from 50 feet to 85 feet. So these photos are of the project as currently proposed by the applicant. This is the site plan that is currently proposed by the applicant. You are not considering the site plan this evening. If the PAD happens to be approved, then the applicant will pursue a major site plan approval by the Planning Commission with a new public hearing for that major site plan. In considering zone changes or PADs, there are a number of review criteria that are set forth in the code that staff is required to evaluate the proposal against. Those are all the bullets in your screen. Staff has evaluated the conformance of the project for all of those, and that's set forth in your staff report that was attached to the RCA. Just want to talk briefly about the two that are highlighted in blue. The first review criteria, which is interrelationship with the plan elements to conditions both on and off the property, really just sort of speaks to compatibility and how this project fits into the context of the surrounding land uses. As I mentioned, that we do have multifamily to the north and to the east at a higher density than this project. We have single-family R1 development at about probably 4 DUs per acre to the south for the South Fork, and then across the road we have very low-density urban ranch development on the west side of Potabom. The project has been designed to be compatible with these surrounding land uses, specifically pushing the buildings further to the north, away from the South Fork project, and decreasing the building height and decreasing the overall density of the development. The other review criteria that I'd like to talk about briefly is conformance with the general plan. And one of the things we look at is the general plan land use category, in this case, which happens to be neighborhoods. Neighborhoods, although it's primarily a single-family land use category, about 70% is single-family development. It does allow for both medium and high-density developments. And so this particular project complies with the allowable medium-density development within the half mile of the project site. So it does comply with the neighborhoods land use category. It also does have direct access to a collector street, which happens to be Potabom. Another thing that the general plan looks to is providing alternative housing choices for various groups in our community. And we tried to encourage a variety in neighborhood design, and we tried to provide a variety of housing choices for all income levels, generations, and household demographics, including encouraging a range of residential development types, densities, and building designs by use of our PAD zone district. In this case, the demographic that's being proposed to be served with this multifamily development are seniors, 55 plus, which is we've identified as an underserved demographic within our community. That sort of speaks to this portion of the general plan, that the zoning is necessary and proper to meet the land use needs of the residents. And as I mentioned, it meets by providing additional housing for our senior population, and it's an infill development. This is a summary of the public hearing notification efforts, both prior to the Planning Commission and subsequent to this meeting. During the Planning Commission hearings, we had received a couple emails in opposition prior to the hearing, but we did have a number of public speak in opposition during the public hearing that the Planning Commission held on this item. And subsequent to the Planning Commission meeting, we received an additional email of opposition, and actually an additional email of support was received and attached to your RCA. So I mentioned at the February 1st Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, the staff recommended to the Planning Commission that that this rezoning be approved. Planning Commission on a 5-2 vote disagreed and forwarded or made a decision actually to deny the rezoning. The rezoning was requested for an appeal or an administrative review by the applicant, which brings us to this evening's hearing. Council's choices would be to approve the zone change, deny the zone change, or table the matter for further review for up to 2 meetings. Should council approve the zone change, staff recommends we have 2 conditions of approval, which one is that the amenities that are being provided in the project, which happen to be pickleball courts and a pool in the community center, are restricted to the use of the residents and guests only and not open to the general public. And then our standard right-of-way dedication condition is number 2. That concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to entertain any questions you have as staff, but I would like to note that the applicant and the applicant's team is here, and they would like to make a short presentation as well.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions of Paul?
No.
Not so far.
All right. If the applicant is here and would like to address the council, now is your opportunity. Please give us your name and address for our records, please.
Good evening, Mayor McFarland and members of the council. My name is John Gillespie. I'm an attorney with the law firm Roseloff Group, 7144 East Stetson Drive in Scottsdale, Arizona. It's a pleasure to be with you tonight. Tonight, I have Paul Basha, who is with Summit Land Engineering. He's a professional traffic engineer, and I'll give him some time tonight as well, if that's okay, to address some issues that were raised in the process, and then as well, truly an honor to have Joseph and Florence Oladukin being represented on this project. They are the property owners. Joseph and Florence. Florence is with us here tonight. They came here to America 35 years ago. Joseph was trained as a pharmacist. Florence, a nurse practitioner. Their passion is medical and healthcare delivery. They moved here to Casa Grande, and they raised their 3 girls here in town, and they live at this site. This is a passion project for them, and I'm really honored to be able to represent them, to discuss not only what their vision is, but also how they've worked with the neighbors to try and mitigate concerns that have been raised. I know there are a lot of neighbors here tonight, so I want to try to make it through a little bit quicker and reserve some time to discuss any comments that might be raised. Paul did a great job introducing our site and a lot of considerations here. So as you know, there's multifamily, existing multifamily to the north and to the east of us. The South Fork residence property is south of us, and there is currently larger lot properties to the east, or to the west. I'll zoom in on the site here. Currently 5 acres. When the South Fork property was developed, that led to a little bit of the irregular placement of our home on this site. That home's proposed to remain and be brought in under the PAD to work as a community operations, and some of our amenities are associated with it. Here's a blowout of the zoning here. I think this is an important slide to kind of consider. As you can see, Potabom is west of our site. East of Potabom is where we have PAD rezonings that have occurred, development that's occurred over the decades. And to the north is the Florence Boulevard corridor, which we sit outside of and near to. To our west is Urban Ranch, and development has not occurred as much, and it is a lower residence area over there. And I'd like to make that distinction. I'll come back to it a little bit, of kind of how Urban Ranch is used as a zoning district here in the city. So to speak specifically about our project, it's a gated community. It's a senior independent living facility. So the Oladukans, they're working here in Casa Grande. They've realized that seniors want to have a certain level of independence. They don't want to be in a congregate living facility, but they also want to be able to have amenities that are elevate their lifestyle and keep them young, keep them active, keep them able to being contributing members here in society. And so a lot of what the Oladukans have put together here really have that in mind. So there is a 24 on-call medical provider. That means that if they're, many of our residents, 55 plus is what's mentioned, we're really thinking this is more of a 70 plus type community. This is not persons who need to live in congregate facilities. It's persons that still, maybe they have a disability of some sort that limits or impairs their abilities, but they're still active, they're still young enough to be able to enjoy these amenities. But the peace of mind to know that there's an on-call medical provider is a key aspect. These coming up in a kind of a weird fashion here. I didn't realize that. So the community pool, the community center, I'm going to just click through all of them just so that we can have them all up and don't get it in a weird order there. Some of the other aspects, it's the residents, they're not working anymore, but they'd like to have the ability to get out and to visit Casa Grande. But that's done with shuttle transportation services. So that's a coordinated effort that minimizes the impact on traffic and meets the needs of the residents. Community pool, community center. The community center has a reading room, a library, painting room, dance floor, scheduled activities, a really well thought out program activity that makes this an elevated community that attracts individuals to Casa Grande and meets as well the need to keep some of these individuals who are the hallmarks of our community. Unique community garden, animal amenity, walking paths. This is a nice area, a nice proposal that really elevates the standard of living for these residents, and is a unique offering in our town, in our city that doesn't really exist, as staff has mentioned. There's a need for this type of development, and that's what's being sought to be delivered here. To talk about our timeline, because this has been a process, a long-going project. We went through a neighborhood meeting. We didn't have a huge attendance at our neighborhood meeting, the initial neighborhood meeting. At the Planning Commission, a lot of neighbors attended and voiced concerns with the projects. These are the main things that we heard from the Planning Commission and from neighbors at that meeting. There's a concession that senior housing is needed, but that not at this location. They wanted step backs to our 3-story proposal, and there was insufficient building setbacks to transition to the single family. So we went to the drawing board. We went back with the neighbors. We opened a dialogue. We wanted to have a discussion with neighbors about what were key concerns, and these are the things that we heard. The existing traffic on Potabom is a concern for residents. That's an existing condition that they are not satisfied with. There's an expectation of decrease in property values. There was a privacy concern with those 3-story buildings. similarly needed. They know that senior housing is needed, but is there another location that it would be better? And then the thought of wanting to preserve the urban ranch zoning. That's what we heard from neighbors. So we went back and we said, how can we address these concerns? And here's a summary of the changes, significant changes that were made by the Oladukans as a concession and to really make this a better project for the city. So taking all of the buildings from 3-story, reduced down to 2-story. So proposed at 35 feet, it's down to 30 feet. The views are protected with going to 2-story. Southern 2-story building setback was increased to 98 feet, almost 100 feet from that South Fork southern boundary. We increased that setback. In addition to increasing that setback, we increased the landscape in that setback. So 29 feet minimum of landscape, which would allow for 2 rows of trees with significant buffering to the south. The unit count was reduced as well, so reduced from 72 units to 64 units. So here's the revised plan that's been put together. Continues to be a gated community. As you can see here, the buildings, the number of buildings remains the same. The buildings are oriented so as to not have as much of a visual impact to the south, so they're oriented north to south. The community is a looped community. A lot of the amenities are on the west side of the building, west side of the project. That's where a single-story community center is located. And then, as had been mentioned, some of those garden and pool amenities are located next to the existing building that's on the site right now. We tried to move everything up to the north towards the multifamily on the north and the east as possible. 98-foot minimum between the 2-story building to the south property line. Here's a flavor of the really upscale architecture that's being proposed with this project. Christopher Steinley, who's here with us tonight as well, has done a great job putting together these renderings and these concepts. As you can see here, it's an updated, contemporary architecture, nice use of materials, really will be a benefit to elevate architecture in the area. This is a sightline exhibit that kind of shows if you're standing on the south side of this property, what are you going to see? And as you can see, the significant buffering with the trees provides a nice transition, and the building heights are not imposing on the south boundary. I'm going to turn a quick, Mayor McFarland, this is all right, I'll turn my quick time over to Paul Basha to talk about some of the existing conditions with the traffic, and then it's all right, I'll come right back up and conclude.
Good evening, mayors and members of the City Council. The slide you see before you on the left is an aerial photograph of the site vicinity with the 2 east-west streets and 5 east-west streets and 2 north-south streets indicated. On the right are traffic counts that we provided that were obtained on May 1st. It was a Thursday, and there's traffic counts, 2 locations on Potabom, 3 locations on Colorado. The numbers in black are the daily traffic volumes, and you can see that Potabom, south of Florence, has approximately 5,000 daily vehicles. Potabom, north of Florence, has approximately 3,000 vehicles. And then Colorado has approximately 6,000 daily vehicles south of Florence, 7,000 north of Florence, and 8,000 north of 9th Street. Potabom has much less traffic than Colorado, and approximately 1,000 vehicles per day less south of Florence on Potabom compared to Colorado Street. And then in the purple numbers, those are the highest hourly volumes in the morning. The yellow numbers are the highest hourly volumes in the evening. So yes, Potabom does have some traffic, as was identified by Paul Teese. It is a collector street, and it has collector volumes. But the volumes on Potabom are less than the volumes on Colorado. This next slide compares the traffic volumes generated by the proposed independent living homes, and that's 64 homes, to a possible 16-home subdivision similar to the subdivision immediately south of this property. These traffic volumes are determined using a trip generation manual, which is used throughout the United States and has been used for over 50 years. We as traffic engineers collect data from similar types of land use throughout the United States and Canada, and then we use those traffic volumes to determine trip generation rates by dwelling unit, we call it. And that's where these numbers come from. And you can see by glancing at them quickly that they're virtually the same. The 64 independent living homes will generate essentially the same traffic volume as a 16-home subdivision, similar to the subdivision immediately south of this property. I suggest that you look at the numbers in green and blue and red. We analyzed the traffic volumes for 3 peak hours. And this slide will show you those projected traffic volumes for each of the 3 hours generated by the independent living facility. The numbers in green will be the morning peak hour, in blue will be midday peak hour, and red will be evening peak hour. These are the same numbers that were on the previous slide. The Aldous Living Facility will generate a total of 13 vehicles in the morning peak hour, 4 entering the facility, 9 exiting the facility. Again, these are hourly numbers. The midday peak hour, 16 total vehicles, 9 entering, 7 exiting. Evening peak hour, 19 total, 10 entering, 9 exiting. Those 13 in green you see 13 vehicles total, 4 traveling south on Potabom, south of Florence, 9 traveling north on Potabom, again, south of Florence. The numbers in blue are for the midday peak hour, 9 entering, 7 exiting, total of 16. And then red are the peak hour volumes, 10 southbound, 9 northbound. And then we also estimated the turning movements at the intersection of Florence and Potabom. Those 9 vehicles coming from the south in the morning hour, 4 of them turn left, 2 go straight, 3 turn right. And then you can see entering, there's 1 vehicle an hour making an eastbound turn from Florence onto Potabom, 1 vehicle per hour going south on Potabom from north of Florence to south of Florence, and then 2 vehicles per hour from east of Potabom on Florence to make the left turn to go south. And then we have the same similar numbers in blue, which are the midday peak hour, and then also in red, which is the evening peak hour. The Aldous Living Facility will generate a maximum of 4 vehicles per hour, making a turning movement at the intersection of Florence and Potabom. With that, back to John.
Thank you, Paul. In our outreach efforts, we talked with Mayor Walton. I appreciated some feedback that I bounced off of him related to this hypothetical South Fork 2 scenario, which would be a 16-home subdivision with the same development standards and lot sizes as the South Fork residents, many of who are here today. So developing this parcel hypothetically similar to South Fork to just evaluate what would the conditions be like if that type of a proposal was brought forth. Key aspects of that: 1- and 2-story buildings could be built. In South Fork, we have 1- and 2-story building heights, up to 28 feet. The 20-foot setback is the standard for South Fork residents from the back of their homes to the property line. 20 feet would be proposed in this hypothetical scenario. And then as Paul had introduced, the traffic impact is very comparable for 16-home subdivision where individuals are going to work every day, they're taking people to school. That's why those numbers become comparable, because the Olaf Senior Facility is individuals who are enjoying the amenities that are offered at their location. So just to compare some of these aspects here, the prior plan was 72 units. It showed 79 feet as being the closest that the buildings would be to the south property line, a 3-story building, and it expected an average daily trip of 233 trips. The hypothetical South Fork 2 is a 20-foot building setback. Can be 2-story buildings there, and it would generate a traffic of 187 daily trips. We bring in the Colony Apartments, which is to the east, as a comparison. That existing condition next to South Fork, there's a 25-foot setback to multiple homes in South Fork to the Colony. And it's a 2-story project. We didn't do a traffic analysis on that, although we do know that a lot of those trips from the Colony use Potabom. The revised plan takes the units down to 64. It increases the building setback to 98 feet. It caps the building height at 2 stories, and it keeps that average daily trip comparable to the 16-home hypothetical situation. So in conclusion, as staff had recommended, the general plan, the proposal is aligned with the general plan, given the existing land uses in the area with the percentage of multifamily that's in the area and what's being proposed. The location of the site east of Potabom, next to the Florence Boulevard corridor, is an important consideration there as well. It meets the general plan goal to have a variety of housing choices for all income levels, generations, and household demographics. That's what the Oladukans' passion is to provide senior living here in this facility, in this community. That's what makes this a unique site. They have the site, they have the development passion to bring this forward. They are going to live on site. They're going to operate. This is their end goal, is to be here. And then just last to point out, there's Urban Ranch east of Potabom. There's Urban Ranch west of Potabom. The east of Potabom, our Urban Ranch, fits under the city's intent here that this zone shall be applied to those city areas which are not generally rural in character, but also those areas which may undergo more intensive development, in which case the same zoning district shall be considered as a holding classification. So we propose that this offering is that holding. Now is the time to approve this unique community asset. And with that, I'll take any questions that you might have.
All right, go ahead.
Does this property have certificate of assured water supply?
Councilmember Herman, good question. It does not, and that's why that hypothetical scenario is for illustration purposes only.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Maybe
Lisa?
after we open it.
Okay, thank you.
If I could reserve some time, I don't want to belabor, but I know we've got a lot of residents, and there might be some questions that I might be able to answer after. So,
Yeah, if there's some questions, we can
thank you.
call you back up to answer them.
Thank you.
Anything else, Paul? All right. Well, this is a public hearing, so this is item L1 and ordinance number 1178.451. And I did have, nope. Shannon, I have your card, but it's not for this subject. So is there anyone here that would like to speak on this subject? I would ask you to please keep your comments to 3 minutes. State your name and your address, and the floor is open.
Hi, I'm Jeff Keck. I live at 130 North South Fork Drive. Basically, directly across the wall, my wall, my backyard backs up to where the original residence is and the swimming pool. And then recently they've built a really large structure just a few feet behind my wall that houses a bunch of ostriches. The one of them is pretty loud. But I'm seeing this stuff about 98 feet, and I'm kind of confused why there was just recently built a structure right next to my back wall, like maybe 8 feet away from my pool or 10 feet away from my pool. In addition to that, I think that they're trying to, get something through here. Talking about the reduction in height, it's a 5-foot reduction from 35 feet to 30 feet. It's still a huge change, and I've lived here for 10 years in this same house. And we talk about, that it's a beautiful view from our second floor, that we like the urban ranch that's there. My family refers to it as the Arboretum. And I know they're talking about keeping some of this stuff for the residences, but then I'm wondering is that going to be like the area where everyone goes to hang out, where the pool is back there and where these ostriches are? So right on the other side of my fence, I feel like there's going to be just like a whole bunch of activities and, people over the last 10 years, there's been none of that. There's been, maybe a family living back there, maybe even just like a single person. I hardly ever see anybody. So it's a huge impact on me and my house and my family to have it completely changed like that, to parking lots, pickleball courts. I think everybody knows pickleball courts are pretty loud. It's a really peaceful area back there behind the house. I do have concerns about my property value. I have some concerns about traffic, not too much. It's more about just the aesthetic and the way that this has been. Like I say, I've been there for 10 years. I know other people have been there for longer. And it's just kind of a frustrating situation. So that's kind of where I'm at. I think a lot of the other neighbors feel the same way.
Thank you, Jeff.
Well, Mayor, council members, my name is Russell Sofa. I live at 209 North Pottybomb Road. Two things I'd like you to take note of. The Colorado, survey of the traffic, that's a dead-end road. So if they're taking the survey up at Planet Fitness and Joann's, that may be your difference in having that high flow. Colorado dead ends. You're not going to get the through traffic. The statement was made about 55 and older, but no one's going to be driving or working. I see everybody in here working at probably over 55 here. And the planning and zoning for the urban ranch is low density. We just said they're trying to make this medium density, which we're trying to cram a puzzle piece into a puzzle. It doesn't belong to this puzzle. It's not a good fit for our community on this street. Somewhere else, there's plenty of land all over town already zoned for this, and that's where this should go and would go. The existing ones that are there is creating the traffic flow. Everybody's real worried about traffic flow, and all these people, most of them are probably going to be driving. It's not like they don't drive at 55, you stop driving. But yeah, it's low density, urban ranch. It's to ensure the agricultural activities for indefinite period of time is off the city website for urban ranch. So I'd really like for you to deny this and keep it urban for us. And a lot of us, I'm 5 generations in Casa Grande. We have our animals and stuff, and that's why we moved over there. We don't need that there. There's another place for this somewhere else. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, thank you for hearing us out. You're our representatives. We come to you.
Can you give me
My name is
a favor?
Josue
Can you
Ibarra.
state
I
your
live at
name and address for us for the records?
Okay, Josue Ibarra. I live at 140 North South Fork Drive, which is right in the middle of their area. One thing that nobody has mentioned is all those homes, and there's 9 homes, I believe, that are going to be affected, all our living spaces are to the north side, and then the wall, and then the project they're going to build. Our Arcadia doors, our big windows, our kitchen, bedroom, master, everything is on the side of all these buildings they're going to build. This is going to invade our privacy very much. I can't imagine yet, if this would be built, how we're going to feel with this, with closed curtains all the time or so, because even 2 stories, it's pretty high. I see trees that they're going to be around the fence, but I don't think there's trees that are that high. And also, Pottybomb. It's a very small road. I'm sure you've all been there. It's a narrow road. And all the houses they're building south of South Fork Ranch, all those buildings out there, they're using that road a lot. And it's narrow. It's not like other streets. This street here is wider than Putty Bomb. I've seen projects they're building where they're building other apartments, and there's a street in between or something, and then the housing area. This here is behind our backyard. We have swimming pools there. We have our children, my daughter's 16, in the backyard. And you have these 2-story buildings up right next to us. These homes were built for houses. I retired from the sheriff's office in 2003, and I bought this home. We were looking in, my wife, for a nice, quiet home, nice big home, and we found that one. Very quiet, very great, everything's great, until now this nightmare is coming upon us. And it's affecting a lot of people, you know. Yes, it's a business for them, it's money for them, but it's ruining our lives. And we come to you. You're our representatives. We ask for your help because we have nobody else to go to. You're our only hope. Many lives of those 9 houses will be affected if this goes through. We trust in you that God will provide and give you the wisdom to make the right choice. I enjoyed, I haven't been here in many years, but I enjoyed how we started everything, you know, praising God and Pledge of Allegiance. Great, you know, I love that. But please hear us out. It's many families will be affected. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Roger Smith. I live at 160 North South Fork Drive. Once again, I live just to the south of this new community. I haven't been here near as long as these guys. I've only been here 4 going on 5 years, but you know, I cherry-picked this spot where I'm at. You know, I have one neighbor to the north of me, nice and quiet. I'm in the construction industry as an inspector. I'll gladly get up at 2:45 in the morning to be on the far side of Phoenix to work at 5, to not have to live in that madhouse, okay? And we talk about traffic and the everyday traffic. Well, first we get to live through 1.5 to 2 years of changing our dust filters in our HVAC 2-3 times a week. Trash, dust, dirt in our pool filters, the racket, the midnight concrete pours with trucks backing in, beep, 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 the pumps roaring. If we survive that, we get rewarded with our privacy, our peace, and our quiet gone. Please back us up here. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Patricia Hernandez. I live at 180 North South Fork Drive. My house is backed up, literally what would be the area. You look over the fence and it would be literally in my backyard. My husband and I have lived here all of our lives. We have lived in that home. Again, like my neighbor said, cherry-picked it because of the area. It's quiet, it's peaceful, all the neighbors know each other, you know. This would be a nightmare for us in our backyard. We enjoy the peace and the quiet, and again, construction. We understand that there's a need for this in our community, just not there. Take it somewhere else where it is already zoned for. That's all I have.
My name's Michael Stark. I live at 197 North Potty Bomb. As many have said here, we chose Urban Ranch as a lifestyle. And coming in and crowding that goes against what we spend our hard-earned money for. That may sound selfish, but at the end of the day, why change an urban ranch zoning when there is available zoning within the community? This was simply motivated by money. I also question, I would like to know the means and methods from the traffic engineer of how you get 6,000 vehicles a day on a dead-end street. When Potty Bomb goes through to Doane and we service the new subdivision south of there, as well as it's a shortcut for some people for Walmart because they don't want to wait for the traffic on Florence. We have enough problems with Potty Bomb in Florence as it is. We don't need to add anything else to it. Thank you.
My name's Bill Coffin. I live at 301 North Pottabom. I think we're missing, I'm trying to find some things that our neighbors haven't brought up yet, but one thing I want you guys to think about is this is our third round between going to the planning and zoning. This community that is sticking together, united right here, that you're seeing coming up, there's more that want to speak that are coming up. We're all concerned with our property value. They're going to benefit. I mean, our property value is going to decrease. But this is our third round through the planning and zoning. Then we had the community meeting, and now tonight. But we're staying united on this front, and I'm opposed to the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, Council, Jeff Van Heist, 12245 West Logan Lane. I'd like to speak in favor of the project. I think it's a good project. I think it's a needed project. And you've got local owners, developers that are not only going to build it, but they're actually going to live on site. And I think that's rare. So I just wanted to say that. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeff. Anyone else?
Steve Wheeler, 190 North South Fork Drive. When I moved to Arizona 3 years ago, one of the main considerations from purchasing my house was the fact that the lot behind me was zoned in such a fashion I wouldn't have to deal with apartments, tall structures, anything that's going to lose the privacy of my backyard and my pool. I moved from a rural area in Ohio, 40 acres, to a much smaller lot. So this offered me some privacy and some things for my family. I did send all of you folks here an email, and I appreciated the responses that I got back, but I would like to reread it. Okay? So the property behind me was zoned in such a way it was not supposed to be commercially developed. That should not change. That was the deciding factor in me purchasing my house. No commercial, no apartments. Privacy. No building behind me to invade my privacy and use of my pool. Even under the revised plan, the buildings with terraces will be able to see over the wall into my backyard and pool area. Resale. I'm positive I'm going to suffer loss of value on my house due to the nature of this project. Construction, dust, debris, and noise for the year plus it's going to take to build the complex. Increased traffic on an already congested road. And I would bring up, I'm not sure how they got the traffic counts on our road because I drive it every morning and every night, and I never seen a counter across the road. We've already witnessed an increased traffic from the neighborhood off Doane and Pert that's being occupied to the south of us. Okay? And then we're talking about they started talking about a 55 plus community, now they're talking about 70 years plus. There's going to be an increase of emergency style vehicles and sirens are going to be coming to this project all hours of the night. It's going to disrupt the household. I believe that there's a need for this type of housing that they want to provide. I think it should be done in an area that's already zoned for such purposes, and there are many already available in Casa Grande without doing any zoning changes. And I guess my only question would be is if we have a zoning board that denies something like this, what's the purpose of having them if somebody can come in and just override it? Thank you.
Anyone else? figure you're waiting your turn, Chuck.
I just want to start with one reminder. I sat on that side of the dais over 20 years ago, and I haven't bothered any of you since. So if I get over 3 minutes, you're going to have to give me a little leeway. That traffic study that you showed up on that screen is crazy and inaccurate. I don't know where it came from. But I can tell you what destroyed the accuracy of that is your staff has put a proposal before you, maybe it hasn't got to you yet, lowering the one-lane traffic on each side of Florence Boulevard at 5 Points intersection, clear down to the Dairy Queen, or almost to it. That is total idiocy. You can't do that. Maybe some of you haven't seen that project yet, but it's in the mill. One lane each way at 5 Points on Florence Boulevard. That destroys this traffic study. One of my neighbors sat there at the corner of my yard and Potty Bomb right before this second meeting for 2 hours. 605 cars. 605 cars in 2 hours. That figure is clear of crazy from this one. So traffic is an issue. But the issue was there before these people wanted to build this. Traffic was destroyed then. When the Circle K came in and they redesigned all of those ins and outs, there should be at least one accident a week. If there's not, we've been lucky. All of you ought to sit down there for a couple hours midday and see what a crazy mess that is. It's Keystone Cops trying to go this way into the Fry's Market, into Circle K, out of Circle K, out of the car wash. At least 8 buses a day, one way in the morning, one way in the afternoon, stop in the middle of Potty Bomb, put the red sign out, flash the lights, and back up 50 cars. That could be eliminated. There's so many things that need to be talked about. There's plenty of infill places in Casa Grande that would love to have this facility. I would love to see that facility when I'm maybe 20 years older, but not now. I'm too young. But this is not the place for it. I know the Oladokans are personal friends of mine. I feel bad I'm up here, but I'm fighting for my own private rights. And so was everyone here. So think of that.
Thank you, Chuck. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, then I'm going to close the public hearing, but I think council had some comments you wanted to make. Lisa?
Yeah, no, and I want to thank everyone for coming. I mean, we welcome the community to come and give feedback, whether it's in writing, in person. So thank you to all of you that are here today. It's such a difficult situation because we know our community is growing and there's so many needs as we continue to grow. And this is one of them, housing for seniors. And, we did the housing study and we found that there is a demand for this. And, the Oladokans have been longtime community members and have done so much in this community. And I understand, that, your thoughts are, you have this private property and this is something that is needed here. My concern, though, is that, this is a zoning case. It is already zoned urban ranch, and, there's people that have, like many have come here today, expressed their concerns about buying property because of this zoning. And, you have to think of yourself in that situation too. And if it was, we look at that when we buy homes, especially if you're in an urban ranch setting, with large lots, and those that aren't in the large lots, they're going to look at that when they purchase homes. So I'm really struggling. I really appreciate, the staff, because you're listening to our, concerns and what our strategies are moving forward. When we talked about, what we need in the community, what we're going to approve moving forward, and we have. There was a project we just approved a month ago. The Mary T's, down on Cottonwood, that is adult, senior living, and, a beautiful development that's going to satisfy that need. So we, as a city and a community, know this is something that we need. But those are my concerns. I really appreciate, the research you've done. I think your team has done a great job, and, the traffic team has done a great job, but I would really struggle moving forward with this with the concerns of all the neighbors. I mean, it's important. Just as if you were living there, you would want to have your voice heard too. And it's important. And I think it's important to have the right development at the right time and in the right location. And unfortunately, I just don't think this is the right location for this particular project. And I hope you can find something here in Casa Grande, because it's a beautiful project that is definitely needed here. So, but I really appreciate the community that has come out and expressed their concerns.
Donna?
Just a couple comments. First of all, to the Olaf family and to John for representing them. I really appreciate the fact that you've tried to compromise and that you've gone back to the drawing board and you've listened to the neighbors. And that's what we're all about as a community. We need to listen to one another, and you've done that, and I thank you for that. Some of the things that I heard tonight, of course, was the planning and zoning has already denied this. This is the third go-around. You've talked about the need for this type of housing. We all know we need it. It's just not in this location, is what you're telling us. Urban Ranch is just that. And John mentioned something that gave South Fork as a hypothetical if they moved it into that area. What is not hypothetical here is the families that live here that have called this area home for decades. And I can't dismiss what you have said and the concerns that you have, because we are talking Urban Ranch. And that's why you bought this area, and we need to respect the fact that you want to remain in your Urban Ranch area. So, thank you.
Matt?
Not going to belabor it again. Beautiful project. Ironically, a month or two ago, we had a neighborhood that would have loved to have a 55-plus apartment behind it. It wasn't this one. And the people that live there, Urban Ranch and the heritage of Casa Grande, and that's why they live there. And they have a passion for living in that way with the animals. I know people that live across the street, they have their animals there. There's a house across the street for sale for over $1 million, a beautiful horse property that's ready. And that's what people want in Casa Grande. But the expectation when people moved there was that was Urban Ranch. They didn't have the expectation it would be a business multifamily district. And the people that live there, especially I know Mayor Walton, he approved multifamily residential right there when he lived there. So there's multifamily in the area. It's just not the right place at the right time. And you have to respect the people who have the Urban Ranch and move there knowing that they wanted the Urban Ranch lifestyle there. And so, they have their own passions too for how they choose to live in that area. And they have a lot of traffic too, because there's more development going on in that area, and it is a through street. So we have to listen to the people, because that's who we represent here as we're sitting up here.
Mr. Lavender, do you have any comments?
No, sir.
Okay. I just have a couple. Looking at the land use and the maps, you could easily construe that the current urban land piece, the one piece that is the property in question, does fit if you did change the zoning, because it fits with the other zoning that's around it. It is the only urban ranch that's right there. But I also understand that neighbors may have bought there understanding that it was urban ranch and it was going to stay such. But I also understand that landowners have rights as well. And so we have to remember that too. So it's a difficult decision. I understand all of the the passion that people have for their homes, and I get it. I have a home myself, and I have a lot of passion for my home. So I think that, unfortunately, there's just a lot of angst on this project, and there's I don't think that even though it went to 2 stories, which I think was a good move, and it was moved back 98 feet. So I'm not sure that it really will be looking in people's backyards, not any more than somebody who has a 2-story home next to you. And I know there are 2-story homes in that neighborhood because I've driven the neighborhood. And so, some of those issues I'm not sure I agree with, but that's your concerns, and I hear you. I understand it. I think there's just some passion there that maybe, it would have been nice to have the opportunity. I understand the noise, traffic certainly, and anyway, that's just my 2 cents. So, any other comments from staff or anybody? Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Mayor McFarland. Thank you to the neighbors for the turnout and the comments that have been expressed. All along since being engaged on this project, the question has been, what can be done to make it a better project, and what can be done to make it to transition to our neighbors who we want to be good neighbors with. And I think this is the telltale example of doing that right. Doing our research with the traffic, modifying the plan with the building heights, with the setbacks, and staff's analysis, we urge you to agree with it, that this urban ranch is a holding classification for future projects, for a project that would work, not a 3-story project. I think that was shown that wouldn't work. But consider these residents to our south who have their land rights and they enjoy their 10,000 acre lots or 10,000 square foot lots. If that right was given to the Oladukans, it would be a worse condition for the neighbors. Homes, a 2-story home would be 20 feet from the property line. There are existing 2-story homes. I know a couple of the neighbors who mentioned tonight, they have 2-story homes already that overlook the Oladukan property. That transition with a 100-foot setback is very significant and very important to consider. Property values. Certainly a senior living facility is not a direct comparable to single-family homes. So from a real estate perspective, it's not a perfect comparison. The way that property values are elevated is by good projects here in our community that make our community a place that people want to live in, that want to stay in, want to come to. And that's what this project delivers. There's a dedication of 7 feet that's proposed along Pottabom. That's going to continue a sidewalk that currently there's no sidewalk connection for the South Fork residents to get up to the north. That's a safety condition that's added and good for property values in the area. 8 homes currently on South Fork on that north end. The proposed design of these buildings, there's 5 units that would be facing to the south, and screening measures can be put in place for the elderly individuals who live on that 2nd story. But there is not a significant visual encumbrance from our property to the south. We would urge the council to continue to consider whether there are other items which the development team can look at. And if it is your prerogative to continue this case, we would love to continue to work with you and with the neighbors to evaluate that and to see if there are changes that would make more sense to integrate this proposal into the community. And I did say I'd be available for any questions. I know there were peacocks are what are currently held on this site, and that doesn't have to continue. I think that shows that it's currently being used with an urban ranch type rural use that will need to comply with the town's codes with in terms of structures, location, and those uses.
I don't think there were any other questions that went unaddressed. So I'm available for any questions or that we might have, and Paul as well. I would be happy to address any questions on the traffic.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob?
No questions, but I did want to make a statement. I can sense I'm about to become the least popular guy in the room. My opinion is a little different than my co-council members. I don't doubt that you don't want this project in your neighborhood. That has been very clear. But I do believe in property rights, and I think the owner of this property does have the right to pursue something successful, something that they can live, work, produce other than a vacant lot. And I get the impression that a lot of people want it to stay a vacant lot. And I've got a little bit of a problem with that. I hate telling a property owner that, no, that's dirt and that's the way it's going to stay. They've got a lot of limitations as far as certificates of assured water supply. They are within their rights to seek a zoning change and pursue a project. I feel to a large extent that part of my job is to stand up for those rights. I will say that this particular project, if I had to list what are the ideal requirements for a multifamily housing, it would be age restricted and a gated community. Personally, the developments that I've seen, I don't foresee a big traffic problem or a noise problem or problems with the tenants. What I'm envisioning is something that's very quiet and well managed. I don't think it's going to be a problem. It also fits into what we tend to look at in transitioning. You know, I don't know that we would allow something like this to go in all by itself in a residential neighborhood. But at the same time, we've got multiple apartment complex around in the area. And I mean, I hate to say it, I know it's not the popular thing to say right now, but I think it's ideal for this location unless all you want there is dirt, because I don't see many options, if any. I think they're going to be stuck. We've looked at some other projects that I agreed with the residents that, yeah, we're going to have too much traffic, too much noise, too much height. All of that, and I think the developer has gone way out of their way to address those things, and I'm impressed by that. So, granted, I don't live there, and I don't have to look at it or deal with it, but I don't think it would be nearly the problem that you think it's going to be.
Yeah, and there could be, if it's urban ranch, you could have horses behind you, you could have ostriches behind you, you can have chickens. I mean, the animal gamut could be fully extended on that acreage, which fortunately for those who live behind it, it is not today. But it could be a lot worse than it is, especially a lot worse than this project. Okay. We close the public hearing, so I will call for an ordinance number, please, Gloria.
Could I just make one comment since Bob brought up another hornet's nest? There is an apartment house right across the street from me.
Right.
Next to their lot.
Right.
And that was deceitful when that guy from Ohio came in here, and I was on the council, I'm responsible. He said he would sign in blood that he would never make that Section 8 housing. The ink wasn't even dry. They turned it into Section 8. There's been 2
high school girls killed over there. Now, I'm not accusing this new project of turning into that, but 20 years from now, if the economy crashes again, they might have to get forced to Section 8 there. Then we got the same problem all over again. That might have been what forced this guy to do it. So if that apartment house wasn't there, maybe you guys wouldn't even consider it. But we got tricked into that, and I don't want to get tricked into another one.
Thank you, Chuck.
One other thing, I shouldn't even bring this up, but it was mentioned that they've got that vacant lot, they need to do something practical with it. This is the second time the Oladokans have owned that property. They bought it once several years ago, and the story I get, they sold it to some gal from Alaska, sunk a bunch of money in it, and now they bought it back. They could have bought a piece of ground someplace else. They bought it back and got another burden that they'd already shed themselves of. So that's something else to consider too.
All right. L1, ordinance number, please, Gloria.
Ordinance number 1178.451, an ordinance of the Council of the City of Casa Grande, Arizona, amending zoning ordinance 1178 and its subsequent amendments by changing the zoning from urban ranch to planned area development on property generally located at 340 Potty Bomb Avenue, Casa Grande, Arizona.
Mayor McFarland, I move that we deny ordinance number 1178.451.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Gloria, can I get a roll call? This is on, a yes vote is to vote to deny, and a no vote would be no, and if there were enough votes, then it would be considered for approval, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Councilmember Lavender.
Yes.
Councilmember Huddleston.
No.
Councilmember McBride.
Yes.
Councilmember Fitzgibbons.
Yes.
Councilmember Herman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Edwards.
Yes.
Mayor McFarland.
No. All right, so it is denied on a 5-2. All right, we'll move on to the next item, which is item L2, which is a public hearing considering ordinance number 1178.452.
It's the same vote.
Oh, it's the same one? No, 452. It's different.
452.
Yeah. This is the McCartney Road. Yeah, but I said 452.
Yeah, I know.
Last digit.
Wow, that's a big group.
Yeah.
I didn't realize there's that many.
Okay. Now we can proceed.
Are you ready for me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. So this item in front of you is a zone change request to accommodate a proposed quick trip. Just a brief overview of the request is the applicant is requesting to develop a quick trip convenience store and gas station on property presently zoned urban ranch located at the southeast corner of McCartney Road and Tucker. In March, this item was in front of Planning Commission where they were asked to consider both a major site plan and to forward a recommendation on the zone change matter to council. And this is a snippet of their site plan so you could see what's to occur on this proposed development. It's a 5.76 acre site, and it sits just catty corner to the Circle K. It's at the northwest corner of McCartney and Tucker. They're proposing a 7,300 square foot convenience store identified in yellow on the screen, with a 7,200 square foot fuel canopy between the convenience store and Tucker Road. I do want to point out that the fuel canopy is normally oriented between the primary road and the building. And so this is a little bit unique in that from the street view of McCartney, you primarily see the building, and the fuel canopy has a very similar setback. They are proposing a 4,200 square foot canopy for diesel trucks. It could also accommodate motorhomes, box trucks, etc. And that's what's identified in orange that sits behind the building to the south. The heights proposed within this zone are 20 feet for the building itself and 24 feet for the canopies, with 69 parking spaces, however 49 are required. One of the things about this site is that should it be approved and when it goes to develop, there would be the extension of Tucker Road south of McCartney. Currently, Tucker stops on the north side of McCartney. With this project, it would be extended to the south end of the development. There would also be an extension of right-of-way or dedication of right-of-way for a new road going east to west along the southern boundary of the property. There would also be dedication for McCartney, some additional right-of-way dedication with some right-of-way improvements along McCartney, as well as right-of-way improvements for Tucker. The new road to the south wouldn't be improved at this time, however, it would be dedicated. The reason why there aren't improvements proposed on that east-west road to the south is that the site does not put any sort of traffic onto that road. There's no drive access. However, it does open up the opportunity for properties that develop to the south and to the east of it. As I mentioned, this item was in front of Planning Commission in March, and at that time they forwarded a recommendation on a vote of 5-2 to City Council to approve the zone change from Urban Ranch to the Quick Trip PAD. And then at that same meeting, they approved the site plan on a vote of 4-3, subject to the following: that City Council would need to approve this PAD, and that the construction of a traffic signal at Tucker and McCartney would be required prior to the issuance of a C of O. And also prior to the issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall dedicate the public rights of way for McCartney, Tucker, and the east-west road to the south of the property. There was a lot of discussion at that meeting pertaining to traffic. There was some uncertainty with regard to whether the TIA was adequate. And so that was also a condition of approval. However, since that meeting, both ADOT and the city traffic engineer has approved the TIA, and they have accepted its recommendations and changes. And what the requirements of the TIA are will be discussed in an upcoming slide. However, there are a number of recommended improvements that will have to be implemented if this project goes forward.
When you say TIA, that's the traffic interchange at I-10?
Traffic impact analysis.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
I apologize because that's actually a pet peeve when people talk abbreviations, and then I find myself doing it all the time.
So I'm an anti one of those guys.
Yeah, but then if I
Anti-acronym.
say every word that's abbreviated, We're going to be here.
Be here all night,
for
I know.
quite some
We got
time. I might even do some shorthand here coming up. When reviewing zone changes, there is a list of criteria that our city code spells out that the staff report assesses in great detail. However, I want to focus on just the 3 highlighted items because I feel they're the most important to this request, and they speak to a lot of the concerns that we have received as part of the review. So the first criteria that I want to talk about is conformance with the city's general plan. So this site sits within the general plan land use category known as commerce and business. It's that area that's in blue. And when looking at the general plan and what that commerce and business category entails, it lists that it's areas that are designed to promote uses that can benefit from Casa Grande's strategic location at the intersection of major interstates, with high visibility to traffic between Phoenix, Tucson, and California. This site sits closer than a quarter mile from the I-10 McCartney interchange. And that's primarily why all of this area between Tucker and I-10 was designated as commerce and business, because it was seen as an area that would see high traffic volume, because there is an interchange and it does flank I-10. It does continue on to say properties designated as commerce and business are located along interstates, parkways, and specific areas along major arterial roadways where auto-oriented uses are dominant. McCartney Road is a principal arterial. Right now, it's not improved to its full principal arterial status. However, as sites develop along McCartney and there's additional right-of-way dedication and improvements, coupled with our plans to improve McCartney, that principal arterial road status will be achieved.
Isn't it true that actually that's part of our plan is to improve it all the way from Pinal to I-10?
Correct.
And that bond has been approved, correct?
Yes.
So next 2 years, that should be completed?
Yes.
Okay.
And then another aspect that I want to point out is the commerce and business category represents a strategic effort to place auto-oriented uses in appropriate environments. And that's really important to talk about, because what you'll notice on this general plan map excerpt is that although this does sit within the commerce and business area, it is next to the neighborhoods category, which is that area in yellow. Neighborhoods is primarily to accommodate single-family residential development. And so there is somewhat of a crossroads there where you have that area where the commerce and business land use meets the neighborhood's land use, and finding out ways for there to be compatibility where you have that close transition. Real quick, I just want to point out that on a grander scheme, commerce and business designation tends to flank I-10 because it is designed to provide for highway commercial uses, but then again, shortly after you clear that commerce and business area, you do go into that neighborhood's land use area. Primarily, the idea is that there could be highway commercial related uses that are drawn to that area because of the visibility from I-10 and from interchanges, but a lot of that traffic gets off and then back onto the interstate. So it's really not intended to create a permeation of traffic beyond that commerce and business area. As many of you may travel up to Phoenix and need to get off and get gas, you get on and off the highway. You're not necessarily driving on into the respective city. A list of appropriate land uses within the commerce and business designation is commercial specifically, and this specific fuel station is a commercial use. However, Also within the neighborhoods category, just catty corner here is Circle K, which is within the neighborhoods land use. Within the neighborhoods category, the appropriate land uses are more residential in nature. However, within neighborhoods, it allows neighborhood scale commercial. So the fact that the proposed QT does propose a larger footprint and does offer diesel fueling to the south of the building, it's probably that distinction of why you're not going to see that type of use within the neighborhoods category, but within the commerce and business category, it's considered more appropriate. Of course, with Tucker being that dividing line, sitting in between, with the commerce and business sitting between Tucker and I-10. Another general plan consideration is that it needs to speak with to goals, policies, and applicable elements. So one of the goals of the general plan for commerce and business is to create visibility without compromising attractive streetscapes or community character. And an action step to achieve that is to site auto-oriented businesses to appropriate locations along interstates and or select arterial corridors. So staff believes that this is achieved through the elements of the site plan. Of course, there will be a screen wall between the streets and the parking areas, landscape treatment between the streets and the parking areas. And as I mentioned on a previous slide, this is kind of a unique orientation of where they're putting the fuel canopy, because it's not sitting in between McCartney Road and the building itself. So passersby will have their focus be on the building itself, which is kind of a unique situation. And then the additional canopy for the diesel fueling sits to the south of the building, so that's further screened. Another general plan, or excuse me, another PAD review criteria, and PAD is planned area development, by the way, PAD zone district, is the relationship of plan elements to conditions both on and off the property. So when you look at a zoomed out view and where this site sits in relation to kind of a greater picture, McCartney Road offers a variety of different land uses, both to the south and north, both in terms of what's existing and what's already been developed. A lot of commercial entitlement existing to the north and south of McCartney between Tucker and I-10. And there is some urban ranch designated land to the west. However, some of that sits within neighborhoods, some of that sits within the commerce and business category. That urban ranch property will likely be developed for some type of commercial related use in the future through a future zone change. And then also the proposal to extend Tucker and to provide an east-west road to the south of the site, or east-west dedication to the south of the site, does help potentially channel future traffic through to McCartney near I-10, as there's other developable land to the west, south, and east that can benefit from that roadway dedication and improvements. And then regarding just overall elevations and how it generally blends in with similar architecture in the area, this is the proposed elevations for the Quick Trip building. It's masonry construction on all four sides. And then here's an elevation view of the fueling canopies. That top image, that's not the diesel fueling, that's the passenger fueling canopy. That's a typo. And then on the bottom is the diesel fueling canopy that'll be to the rear of the building. With regard to the traffic and vehicular ingress and egress review criteria when considering planned area developments, there were a number of concerns expressed at the Planning Commission meeting. There were people who attended the meeting, and there was a lot of dialogue among the planning commissioners centered around traffic. And there was a TIA in question, traffic impact analysis, that has since been accepted by Arizona Department of Transportation and the city traffic engineer. And I just want to walk through some of the improvements that the development of this project would entail to ensure that the roadways are maintained at an acceptable level of service. So that's essentially what a traffic impact analysis does, is it looks at the proposed trip generation of the project and how that impacts the roadway network that the proposed use would be reliant upon, and what types of improvements would be necessary to ensure that that roadway network is maintained at an acceptable level. So one of the primary triggers is for a traffic signal at Tucker and McCartney. There was one that was very nearly warranted already. This development does push that need over the edge, and that would be accommodated by the development of this project. And then there would be 2 driveways proposed onto Tucker from the site, identified in those dashed circles to the south. There would be a dedicated right turn lane going eastbound on McCartney to turn onto southbound to Tucker. There would also be a dedicated right turn lane to turn into an additional driveway that's proposed onto McCartney. That proposed driveway that's along the east side of the site is shared with the property to the east. That property is closer to the interstate and has been designated for commercial and multifamily use. That development is primarily going to get its access from and to Tucker as well. But this shared access drive offers the ability for left turns in to that site and to benefit the quick trip as well, and rights out. And I should mention, it's not on the screen, but one of the improvements as well is they would have to put in a dedicated left for Tucker going westbound on McCartney. So it would be if you're coming off the interstate and you want to turn south onto Tucker, there would be a dedicated turn lane constructed there as well. With regard to the public notification process, we met the notification requirements that is required by code. As I mentioned at the Planning Commission meeting, there were a number of residents within the McCartney Center who had concerns. And between the Planning Commission meeting and the scheduling of this meeting, we've received 10 additional emails, mostly from residents within the McCartney Center neighborhood, and those have been distributed to you. And I believe many who are in the audience are from the neighborhood and who have concerns, who will have an opportunity to speak. I do want to point out that we also have the applicant in attendance who would like to make their own separate presentation. With regard to the recommendation, as I mentioned in March, Planning Commission did move to forward to City Council a recommendation to approve the Quick Trip planned area development rezone with the following condition, which is our standard condition regarding the right-of-way dedication for roads. If the city needs the right-of-way sooner than when we would ordinarily receive it, there would be an agreement to dedicate that right-of-way. I do want to remind City Council that included within the RCA in terms of alternatives, Staff is suggesting that among those alternatives, you could certainly approve the plan, you could deny the plan, or even consider the option of creating some sort of condition that removes diesel fuel dispensers specifically designed for semi-truck use as an option. And that concludes my presentation. I do want to point out that, just as an aside, I was really impressed that I was able to have this little fancy fly-in. And then I realized, well, this is an example of where there's a canopy between the building and the street. And so I tried to find images of other quick trips where it would look like the one proposed here, and I could not find it. There was one location in North Phoenix, and I'm trying to remember the intersection, and the QT people can probably tell me, but it was on the opposite corner, and I just couldn't get it to align. So this will be a very unique development should this project ultimately be approved. And that concludes my spiel.
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
James, is there anything in our ordinances and zoning restrictions that attempt to differentiate between a convenience store and what we would commonly know as a truck stop?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Huddleston, yes, within our city code, there's a definition for truck stop. And it actually lists several criteria. You have to have more than 3 fuel dispensers for diesel. You have to have truck washing. You have to have, and I stand corrected, you don't have to have these things. It lists, these are 4 things that would make you a truck stop, and any one of those 4 would put you into that category. So one of the reasons why this is a planned area development zone is, as a planned area development zone, you can provide customized land uses. And in this case, they're not proposing within their PAD those elements that you'd find in the city code, like truck washing or on-site showers, etc. But they are happening to propose up to, as per their conditionally approved site plan, a 6-bay diesel fueling canopy, which would have 7 fuel dispensers to accommodate diesel trucks.
Okay, so we're kind of in between a convenience store and a
Right.
truck stop?
Well, it's, the way that I would see it is,
Please be quiet.
the way that I
We
see
have your
it
opportunity to
is
speak.
that it is designed as a quick trip convenience store. It has that entitlement within the PAD, but it also has the ability for them to construct that fuel canopy to the south of the building to accommodate 7 diesel fuel dispensers.
Okay, even under the PAD, if it was classified as a truck stop, would it still be allowed in the PAD?
Well, yes, because if it's approved by council, the PAD is, like I say, is a customizable zone district. So whatever uses and development standards that is presented by the applicant within that guide and agreed to by the city, it can go forward. The other element is it would have to be compatible with the general plan land use designation. And in this case, as a commerce and business land use, and given that the PAD is very specific with regard to what uses are allowed and what are not, is what's on the table this evening for consideration.
Okay. All right. I hate to throw a grenade in the room, but I'm going to go ahead and get the ball rolling. Is it conceivable that a developer would have a motive to say, I'm building a convenience store, but I want to be careful that I don't add too many amenities because I don't want to be called a truck stop. That's my concern, is that maybe that's what is going on. I can see where people would be excited to get a QT convenience store, and they would be mad as can be if it was a truck stop coming in. And so I'm trying to walk my way through that of what qualifies it as this and that, what the advantages, disadvantages are. But my questions are and will remain focused on that. And I don't know if I'm asking you a question right now. I don't think
Right.
so. But
Well, and like sometimes I am not the best at answering them because I tend to look at all different angles. But I would suggest that the applicant is here who can describe how other quick trips throughout the nation that has this concept, and it might better address your concerns and questions.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Could you build a truck stop in a commerce and business
Yes.
zone? Okay. So is the applicant here? Please.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. My name, for your record, is Brian Greathouse with the law firm Birch and Cracchiolo. Also have some other team members here with me. From Quick Trip is Daniel Chambers. Our traffic engineer from Lokahi is Jamie Blakeman, and my associate at my firm is Madison Leak. Want to thank Jim's presentation. I can kind of throw this aside now because all the slides that I had in mine are pretty similar to what Jim had in his, and the notes I was taking in the last case, a lot of those notes were said by Jim. But I would like to emphasize a few things and try to differentiate what a traditional truck stop is and what's being proposed here. And also want to thank your Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation of approval 5-2. So a truck stop in its traditional sense in the companies we know are Flying J, TA, Love's. They provide showers. Their stores are usually a little larger. They have more merchandise. They have truck repair. You can change oil. You can get your truck washed. You can park there overnight. That's not what this Quick Trip is. Quick Trip has just 7 fueling dispensers for people who might come off the I-10 in their semi-truck, their box car, their RV, some larger vehicle that can't fit under some of the canopies around town, and some that don't provide the type of diesel that run those engines. So I know there is some truck components to it, but it's not a truck stop in the typical traditional sense of the word. It's just extra fueling for some people who need it. Do I have a slide here? Thank you. I want to emphasize a couple things. One is that it is commerce and business. Jim did an excellent job of describing what was intended in the general plan to go in this area. Not only a truck stop use could go here, but light industrial, manufacturing type uses, and a whole litany of other commercial type uses because they are close proximity to the freeway, and it's a good location to have a lot of auto-oriented uses. The traffic along McCartney Road will be improved because there's roadway improvements planned all the way from Pinal down to the traffic interchange. And Quick Trip is going to fund a part of their piece of this. They'll be putting in these improvements on McCartney Road. They'll be doing improvements on Tucker Road, improving the intersection. And what this will create for trucks that come off or other vehicles that might come off the freeway is a way to come off the TI, traffic interchange, Mayor.
I got that
one. Go west. You see the green arrows. That's where we anticipate our customers, QT's customers, turning left at the light. That entrance at the southwest corner is for larger trucks. They can pull into the site, they can fuel, they can go and get a fountain drink if they want, they can jump back in their vehicle, and they can take the red arrows out to either northbound I-10 or southbound I-10. As you all know, I-10 is one of the most important trucking corridors in the United States. And so there should be amenities and fueling options for people to pull off, especially in a business and commerce area, to get what they need and head on their way. We don't believe trucks are going to go west on McCartney unless they were already going west on McCartney to deliver to a grocery store or somewhere they were on their way anyway. We call those pass-by trips, and typically with gas stations, we see about 75% of the trips that come in and out of a gas station are already on the roadway. So there's not an entirely new amount of trips generated. And that's all. If you guys have any questions, I'd be happy to answer. We have a whole team, traffic engineers. Daniel can talk to you about quick trip operations, and we'd love to hear from the neighbors and answer their questions later as they come up.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have any questions, applicant? Matt?
I would like to see some of the traffic stuff. We might get to that later. But by the rear fueling, proposed rear fueling, there's parking spaces. That's for semis?
It's for a variety of different types of vehicles. Some can accommodate a semi-truck. Some would be a smaller box truck or an RV.
There's like 15 parking places back there. Is that correct?
Yeah, go ahead.
My name is Daniel Chambers. I work for Quick Trip. So hearing that and going through Jim's criteria and stuff as kind of a demonstration of good faith that Quick Trip does not consider this a truck stop. This is not intended to be that. We would be willing to reduce or eliminate some of those truck parks back there if you guys would be willing to consider that as something that we would be willing to do to show that we're not trying to build a truck stop here. We're trying to intend to capture local truck traffic that is here, get some people to come off of I-10 and be able to get back on I-10. But based on your concern there, council member, we'd be willing to.
I mean, I'm just thinking that might, unless you have someone saying, hey, you can't sleep here, you know, guy stops there for 3 hours, 4 hours. I mean, it's a convenient place, you know.
Sure.
But, and I agree. I mean, if this was a Flying J or a TA or, you know, which are nice facilities, but definitely not. If it's one of those, it'd be out of the question for sure.
So
but
we're definitely willing to
I'm
work.
interested to hear what else everyone has to say. So,
Yeah.
But that was one of my big concerns looking at this is like, it looks like there's parking for trucks back there. So that's,
There
that's
was.
a
We did
concern
have-
that I'm hearing from people.
Yeah, we did have some room there, so when we do have the room that we will show those, but once again, we're willing to work with you guys to remove those if that is a concern for you guys, and also to demonstrate that we are not a truck stop. And then we also be willing to put no overnight parking signs, and that's something that we've also worked with the adjacent property owner on, who is our seller, to put some signs up there too that are enforceable, so you guys can help enforce it if there is any overnight parking, because that's not what we want.
Yeah.
Bob?
Yeah. Is this a new model for Quick Trip? And I will tell you, I love your stores. I stop at them all the time when we're traveling, but I don't know that I've ever seen one of these hybrids.
Yeah, so it is something that is different and is new, as Jim mentioned, that we have the canopy to the side to just try to change the look of it a little bit, so you don't look at the canopy. It's not as intrusive. You look at the building, it's an all-brick building. We do have some of these, but not as many really here in Arizona. We have some others out of state that we've done.
Okay. And I've stopped at them in an RV and been able to fuel up. I mean, it hasn't been a problem, but
correct.
I don't know. I'm struggling with this idea of tiptoeing over into the trucking world. So
no, that's why we're here, and that's why we're willing to work with you guys. If that's a concern that you guys have, I think that's something that we can talk about. As I mentioned, we're willing to remove some of the parking spaces, and if you would even consider removing 1 or 2 of the diesel bays, if that would make you feel more comfortable with it. We're not trying to pull one over. We're not trying to sneak one by. We've been working with city staff for over a year I think about 13 months or so, about approximately on this project. So we're here, we're very committed, we're very vested. We want to build this and be part of the community.
I wish you were putting in EV charging stations instead. Everybody would be excited about that.
Well, we're always looking at that, and that is we have a whole group that's just dedicated to alternative fuels and looking at different solutions and what could possibly go there. And then when the right time is right, that'll be something that we'll absolutely roll out when the time is right.
Okay. Thank you.
I'd like to hear from the public first.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. All right, I'll open the public hearing at this time. I do have one speaker card here, so Shannon, you want to go first since you filled out a card? And give us your name and your address, please.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Shannon Ward. I live at 1316 East Spencer Street. I would like to thank the mayor and the council members for the opportunity to register my objection to the proposed location of the QT truck stop. And it is a truck stop. I know that there has been a lot of commentary and discussion about to obfuscate and water down the idea of this being a truck stop, but let's be clear, it is. The gentleman over there said that there are about 4 criteria that can be used to classify it as a truck stop, but only one of those criteria needs to be met to call it a truck stop. And that one criteria that this location meets is that it has to have 4 or more diesel pumps. This one is going to have 7 diesel pumps. Okay? And what I have to say to that is that if you build it, they will come. If you build 7 diesel pumps, we're going to have more semi-trucks. If you build canopies that are high enough to accommodate those trucks, then those trucks are going to come. If you build even 4 or more diesel pumps, those semi-trucks are going to come. And if you build less than 4 diesel pumps, then why do we need it? We already have plenty of gas stations in this town that are just off the freeway, like the residential Circle K that we have, and the ones that are over there on Pinal. So if we are not going to build a location that has 4 or more diesel pumps, then we don't need a truck stop in our town. Okay? Additionally, it is going to add additional non-local traffic to our town. In a residential area. It's nothing but neighborhoods around that area. Additionally, if we add a traffic light that's 700 feet from the I-10, it's going to make getting off of the I-10 to come into our residential area that much more difficult. It's already backed up all the way trying to get off there at the peak areas, trying to get onto the freeway to get to work on time. When you're coming home, you're tired, you've been on that I-10 or whatever it is for an hour and a half, 2 hours, and if it's been an accident, 4 hours. And yet then you're going to have to wait on the I-10 to get on the exit ramp, wait from the exit ramp to get on the McCartney, then wait at the light at Tucker, then wait at the light at Pert. It's too much. It's too much traffic. Additionally, the gentleman over there spoke quite a bit about the visual aspect of the location. What he failed to address was the noise issue that's going to accompany all of those semi-trucks. They are loud. They've got the air braking or the hydraulic braking or whatever they call it. I'm not a mechanical person. On top of that, diesel engines are loud, and they run constantly. They don't shut them off. Okay, and he talked about adding signs, no overnights. We already have trucks that park illegally along McCartney, and they do so no matter what time of the year it is, but as soon as they shut down that rest area that's just a few miles from the Pinal exit, we have even more trucks that are already parking illegally. Now that they have an excuse to get off of there, hey, why not? I don't want a semi parked down there in my neighborhood because they've done it. On top of that, there's going to be an additional environmental impact. I don't care how you build those gas tanks and you bury them under the dirt, they're going to leak. They might not leak tomorrow, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, but 20 years from now, guess what? They're going to be shutting it down, digging all that dirt up, and replacing those tanks. We already have a Circle K over there, that's quite possibly going to be poisoning that land, within the next 10 or 20 years. Additionally, that Circle K there, it is in the residential area, and it benefits us, the people of this town. It's really great when you're on your way to work and you're like, oh my God, I forgot to get gas, so how am I going to get to work? Or when you're on your way home, it's very convenient for us, the people who live here. That truck stop, it's not going to benefit us. It's going to benefit the people that come over here, jump off, get their gas, do whatever they're going to do, and then they get back on. It might benefit QT, but not us. Additionally, truck stops, where you have truck stops, you have an increase in activities related to prostitution, and I don't want that in my neighborhood. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, next.
How you doing, Mayor, council members? My name's Osborne Wilder. I'm a resident of Casa Grande. I've lived right off Tucker Road since 2005. So this impacts me and my family directly. I can tell you as far as the truck stop, like my neighbors here, I appreciate, I got a flyer that came out that let me know to come to this, but we do have a Circle K that's there that does support the residential area, but the QT, that truck stop, it's not going to help us at all. The traffic is horrible. It's hard right now just to make a left turn coming out of Tucker. And when I'm coming home, I got to put my signal on like very early because I turn down Tucker and those vehicles are right up on the butt of my vehicle all the time. And I can just imagine what this extra traffic is going to do for the entire community. And by the way, I don't want to be a guinea pig. Hey, no disrespect to QT. I go to QT all the time. But y'all talking about they have something like this, some hybrid or whatever. We don't want to be a guinea pig for something like this in our neighborhood. Why do we want to figure out if it's going to work or not? You know, and as far as the diesel, like my neighbor said, it can bring crime straight up. You know, you have the lot lizards, you have prostitution, you have all these things that could happen. I'm not saying it will happen, but you got a truck stop. I've been all over the country all the time. I know what goes down out there. And you got one truck. We got diesel pumps at almost all of these gas stations. I've driven U-Hauls up to them, got gas, no problems. Box trucks. What do you need? This is only for semis. No reason that we need that there. And nobody within the city of Casa Grande is going to benefit from this. This is for all the transients and for the pockets of QT. That's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Julie Stocklos. I live at 1662 East Joel. Lovely presentation. Thank you, QT. And I must applaud you. My trade is PR, and I would have spun it just like that. That's what I do for a living. That's a PR game. It's a truck stop. That's all it is. And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be difficult, but it's a truck stop. You are bringing trucks into our neighborhood. We keep talking about how it's zoned. It's kitty corner from a residential area, one of the premier residential areas. You guys just voted down something because of Urban Ranch and 9 people. You've got 500 homes that's going to affect right across the street. And it's lovely that you're going to fix I-10. Are you going to expand the bridge over I-10 to 4 lanes? Because that's what you need if you put a truck stop there. If you have trucks coming up, making a left off of that onto McCartney, do you know what that does to traffic? Do you know what that does to the ramp? Do you know what that does to our neighborhood? And what these people have said before, truck stop doesn't benefit anybody here. It benefits QT. That's who it benefits, not us. And I would ask, my husband and I moved to this neighborhood and we took a chance on Casa Grande. We built a home here and we planned on living here, right? And I'm telling you, you've got 3 main ways onto Casa Grande. You got Pinal, you've got McCartney, and you got Florence. And I got to tell you, for the future of this town, nothing says you want to live here except exiting off a ramp and seeing a truck stop. That would be the thing that would sell me on the community. So it's up to you guys to decide what you want this community to be, and you have the power to decide what that is. That's all I have.
3 minutes. Hello, my name is Alan Strauss. I live at 2880 North Taylor Lane in McCartney Center. All right. I think it's great to have a QT there. I think it's great to have gas automobile pumps.
I think it's an horrendous idea to have truck pumps. What you're doing and what you're inviting, QT is going to have these big signs, truck stop going eastbound on I-10, westbound on I-10, diesel fuel, food and gas. Come on down. Do you know how many trucks ride on I-10 during the course of the day? Thousands? East and west? Take 2% of that. Let's take 5,000 as a round figure. I'm sure it's low. That's 100 tractor trailers coming off the highway, going on a one-lane road. Big deal. You're making a right-hand turn lane. You're making a left-hand turn lane. So what? So what? That doesn't mean nothing. Never mind all that. Did you all think about the trucking traffic on Pinal? The industry on down in Casa Grande, all the trucks that are servicing the retail stores and industry down there? Wait till they get wind of we have a travel center with diesel fuel right off the 10 on McCartney. You're going to have all these trucks making right-hand turns on Pinal onto McCartney and driving all the way down and lining up on McCartney to line up and get into this gas station. How about the bus for children going to schools? Do you have children on these buses? You want these trucks fighting with these buses? You must have 4 to 5 schools within a quarter-mile radius of McCartney Road. You can have tractor trailers riding up and down McCartney Road all day. Forget about the night. But all day? That's egregious. Like I said, QT is great. I'll get gas there and I'll buy in the store. Not diesel pumps. I want to read you something here on my phone. I'm just livid over this. Diesel exhaust. Workers who are exposed, or people who are exposed to diesel exhaust, face the risk of health effects ranging from irritation of the eyes, nose, headaches, nausea, and respiratory disease. Diesel exhaust adversely affects heart rate, viability, and blood pressure, and so on, and cancer. So what do you think is going to happen to all this diesel exhaust flying around? I'm ending up here, all right, bear with me. Flying around McCartney Road in the residential area. You think all this exhaust is going to go puff into the atmosphere in 5 minutes? Especially with the heat and the air that we have in Arizona? It's going to settle. It's just going to float. Be quiet. It's
Can
just
you
going to float.
please wrap up your comments, please?
Okay. And it's going to settle all over the residential areas. I totally disagree, and I hope that you disapprove these diesel pumps. QT is great. Thank you very much.
Mayor, council members, my name is Devin Ward, live at 1316 East Spencer Street here in Casa Grande. Like many others, I mean, I enjoy the QTs that we have here. We have one down there at Florence and Camino Mercado. We have the one at Pinal and Cottonwood. I go to those quite often. I think they're very convenient. This proposal is a completely different animal. The fact that there are going to be proposed 7 diesel pumps, again, this is going to be a theme you're probably going to be hearing more of. Even eliminating 1 or 2 of those pumps, it's still, per city code, it is still considered a truck stop. And as we've heard before, if you look at truck stops, they're very transitory in nature. And there's a preponderance for crime there. Like it or not, there is. There is prostitution. There is also human trafficking right there on the I-10 corridor. And another thing too, the gentleman mentioned about having, you know, all these big rigs and things like that by buses. You also have to think, if we're looking at human trafficking so close to a number of schools, I mean, Casa Grande Union High School is what, a mile down the road? We have Valago probably another mile after that. That's a little, that makes me really nervous. I'm really worried about that. So thinking about this, I know that it looks like a wonderful design, but it is a truck stop. Even taking out 1 or 2 pumps, it is still going to be a truck stop. And those, I mean, truckers see that, and it is just a moth to a flame. I mean, they just go right there. And again, because of the nature of truck stops, we're very worried about the nature of crime. I do not want to see more crime in our city. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Honorable Mayor and Council, my name is Bill Clarkson, and I am here on behalf of Mr. Puzis, who is the property owner to the east of the QT. Originally, Mr. Puzis, after the Planning Commission approved the project, Mr. Puzis did object to the project, primarily because the TIA, Traffic Impact Analysis, was not approved, and so that was contingent. And so, and the other part was that the ingress on the shared access was not approved either. That was not in writing, and we hadn't seen anything. Since then, the TIA has been approved by the city, traffic, as well as ADOT, and there is an agreement that's proposed that I think both parties are in agreement with. So he has withdrawn the he's now in approval of the project. There was one other issue. His property on the east side of the QT is on McCartney, fronts McCartney, is zoned commercial and multifamily, but the commercial is, what we're getting from the city is that the access to the west would be off of Tucker. And so Tucker is being dedicated on the south side of the QT, but it is not being improved part of this plan. So we're just not certain how we're going to get out of the property to the west until that road is improved, unless we have access. But that can be addressed, I guess, at a later time. But it is kicking the issue of westerly access of the McCartney Commons project kind of down the road a little bit. So anyway, but other than that, we're Mr. Puzis is in favor of the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Catherine Aiken. I live at 2937 North Pecan Avenue in Casa Grande. I am very much opposed to this project. So when it was first proposed in March, you guys were trying to pitch it as some like, oh, it's independent, like it's going to be for small truckers. Like that's a big lie, because the only way that you guys are going to make money on this is by expanding. And you say you're going to, maybe like reduce the number of fuel pumps that you have for diesel. Well, who's to say you're not going to expand it later on? You know, there's nothing that's going to keep you guys from screwing us over, for lack of a better term. And quite frankly, I was really insulted by the fact that you brought up the fact that you have cheese sandwiches that are delicious as some kind of selling point for this. You think we want to have a truck stop in our neighborhood for some cheese sandwiches that are probably, you know, I don't even know. But it's ridiculous. So having this next to families, next to how, like, our community, is just a horrible, horrible idea. Truck stops, as other people have mentioned before, they bring prostitution, they bring drugs, vagrants, transients, human trafficking, all of the above. And there's no way that you can say, oh, well, it's not going to happen here. Of course it does. It happens everywhere. So, you know, having that is going to be awful. Like, there are children, like families right there. And having that element is just going to, it's just going to be just horrible. And, you know, we've already heard about effects of pollution. So you've got diesel fumes, and then you've got any kids that have asthma, elderly, or people like vulnerable populations that already have pre-existing conditions. They're going to be at risk for further respiratory illness. you've got issues with kids riding around on their bikes, on their ATVs and like dirt bikes and stuff all around in the area, and you've got a bunch of semi-trucks cruising around. They might not be able to see them and stop in time. You know, if you've got all of these extra trucks coming in and out, let's see. The light and illumination from the gas station is going to be super bright and obnoxious for people. You know, you guys heard about in the previous pitch for that other development that, you know, what are they going to have to close their blinds all the time so that they're not blinded by all of these lights? Let's see. Yeah, I think that pretty much hits everything I was going to talk about. So yeah, very much opposed. Please, please help us. This is our home. Don't let them do this to our home.
I have a picture on my phone. QT Remote Travel Center. It's an aerial view. If you guys would like to see it, I'm happy to show it to you. If you want to verify it on my phone.
No, that's all right. Well, we have a lot more people to speak, so let's let everybody speak.
Hi, Mayor and Council. My name is Denise Wilder. I live at 1797 East Chaparral Drive. My husband spoke earlier. We moved in November 2005. We've been there through Turner and Dunn. And to see the development get finished as of 2023 has been a blessing. With the truck stop that they want to put, this is going to decrease our value. We waited from 2005 to have our property value to go up. And it's been a wonderful thing. Our development is finished. So we have kids that play. My daughter has graduated. She's 21. So to see more kids come into the development and run and play, it's been a joy. So with the convenience store coming, or truck stop, no, corrections, truck stop, because he's quoted, Mr. Chambers said, he would put up signs for no one to park. But the trucks are parking on the off-ramp. I have left to go to work in the morning or just to leave to go to Phoenix. There are 2 trucks parked behind each other. Or if I'm heading to the mall, there are 2 trucks parked on the off-ramp to get some sleep. So having the 7 diesel spots is a no-go for me. Please deny this. I would like to see that our development keeps increasing in property value. As a longtime resident, as one of the first ones to move into this development in 2005, I see more growth, but not with having a truck stop by us. I see like little eateries so families can walk out with their kids and enjoy stuff, but not having a truck stop near us at all. And I also feel like if you approve this, in the future, they will come back and ask, can they do this? Add more to it. There will be a motel. There will be more trucks, like a car wash or something for them. So I feel like to get them in now, this is just an easy way for them to get in and then come back and ask for an appeal to expand to a full-fledged truck stop. Thank you.
Anyone? Oh.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. My name's Nancy Wood, 513 East Feckle Road, Casa Grande, Arizona. I love QT. I think I've been stopping at their gas stations throughout the areas where they have them, and really appreciate their services and the kind of facilities that they keep up and everything like that. I will say, though, that I do have a concern about the semi-traffic that would come into a QT in this kind of setup, partly because Casa Grande, we already have a lot of really transportation issues with our roads. They are just really not adequate for the traffic that is being brought in by all the development that we have. I drive McCartney, I drive Pinal, and all the different interstate exchanges that we have. And my concern is with the semi-traffic trying to navigate these roads, especially going over the overpasses. So this is more really about I-10, which is ADOT's jurisdiction. It's not the city of Casa Grande. So these overpasses are extremely old, they're narrow, they're dangerous, they're not really set up for that kind of heavy traffic that semis create. I've gone over with Sunland Gin area where the overpasses at I-10, they tear up the roads, they're a mess, the potholes, the traffic, the exhaust. I appreciate QT. I think it would be great to have, a station there, but maybe instead of using semis, put in EV stuff. That's one of the things that is up and coming with maybe even the semis, doing electric semis instead of diesel. So there's things to think about in the future, but I hope that our city is just not at the curve for handling that kind of semi-traffic on those overpasses especially. And it will change the way the truckers drive through the city, possibly. So it's one of the things to consider. But I do love QT, and I would use the station if they put it there, but the trucking traffic is concerning. Thank you.
My name is Angie McKinley. I live at 1632 East Walter Drive in McCartney Center. I am for this QT because I own an RV that uses diesel, and I would like a better option to be able to get in and out with my RV to get fuel. Circle K has more than 4 diesel pumps across the street. It is very difficult to turn left out of Circle K. With the proposed stoplight, it would make it easier for me to get in and out of that area. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Blaker. I'm at 1789 East Chaparral. Looking at the pretty little picture with the blue and the yellow. Very nicely divided, but it is literally yards from my backyard where this truck stop that I oppose is being proposed. We have 8-foot cinder block walls blocking us from the neighbors and from the Circle K gas station. We don't get a lot of air movement. We do get a lot of smells from the gas station. And I think with the toxins and the carcinogens that will be intensified with another truck stop right there, that will help to pollute our backyards. And I could just dump a bunch of rock into the backyard, close my windows, never go outside. It's not really what I want to do. Excuse me, I don't like public speaking. I kind of want to bring a personal note to this. Sometimes I feel like all these arguments are a little bit abstract. If you're not in the area, you don't really care. My daughter has a set of twins, about 2.5, going on 3 years old. We already know that they're going to be paraplegics. They will never walk. My backyard is a little refuge for them. I do respite care for my daughter. She's with them 24/7. I like to give her a break. I want to be able to take those little boys out in the backyard until they can no longer crawl around. I want them to get as much exercise and physical therapy as possible, and that is their little refuge. We don't need more pollution, more toxins in our neighborhood. That is a residential neighborhood. Even though there's a line on the map, it is right there in our backyard. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? The applicant want to say any last words?
Thank you. As I mentioned before, we're willing to work with you guys on the reducing the diesel base so it's not considered a truck stop, removing the parking in the back. There's been a lot of stuff brought up about noise. Currently, it's a vacant lot. There is currently already a gas station in between what we're proposing in the neighborhood. There's going to be a full street, plus there's additional businesses also in between us too. We picked this location based on the getting the access off of McCartney, working with ADOT in the city. So this is as far east as we could get it to have the access to be able to make it safe to operate. I appreciate everyone's concerned, and we can talk about specifically any environmental or additional concerns they have. And I also want to point out that QuickTrip does not do any fleet accounts, and that's what the over-the-road truckers use. They use a fleet account. They pre-plan their trips. So that's not what this is intended for. Thank you.
Any comments, Lisa?
Well, thank you. I know it's been a long evening, but this is so important. So again, thank you all for coming, just like we thank the people that were here earlier. It's important for us to hear. You know, I was out in that neighborhood this weekend and talked to several people, and there might be a couple in here that I talked to, and I understand your concerns. You know, it's a little frustrating because, well, first of all, QT, I really appreciate you coming to Casa Grande and, you know, building your facilities here like everyone here in the room has talked about. You have great facilities. They're clean. You know, they're, you know, just, I mean, we all enjoy, you know, coming to your stores. But I guess I get frustrated because we forget the importance of truckers and the transportation industry. You know, and you would think we would remember during COVID, you know, when, you know, things couldn't get to us, you know, soon enough. And so I understand. And so it's frustrating because I understand, I'm not in the industry and never have been, but it's a critical industry for our economy and for us, you know, for what we do in our community to get products and everything in and out. We have, you know, manufacturing facilities in this community that are taking things in and out. So it's so important. So, and there's a lot of stereotypes, and I understand. I haven't done, you know, tons of research on what truck stops bring. Of course, you hear things. So, but I just hope we just respect, you know, a little bit more on truckers and people that do that for a living and what they bring to communities and the economy. So back to this project. You know, listening to the community members and spending time on McCartney and seeing the traffic and the congestion and, you know, where it is, you know, right off of the freeway really concerns me. And I understand their point. I have no problem with the convenience store. I think the people that I've talked to in that neighborhood say that they don't mind the convenience store, but bringing that aspect to that area right there is just not, it's just not the right place. Again, right place, right project, right time. And I just don't think that part of it that that you're considering or proposing is the right area. I just, you know, I again appreciate, you know, the feedback. I appreciate you guys looking at Casa Grande, but I worry, I think it was Mr. Strauss, is it Strauss? Brought up a good point, and it was something that I was thinking about. We have so much, and you guys may not know this, but we have so much traffic on Pinal, you know, with trucks, and we're concerned about that traffic and finding alternative routes. I'm concerned that this might be an alternative route where people will know there's a fueling station there, come in, go across McCartney, go down Pinal, you know, and go into, you know, more traffic on Pinal. And then also for people that are camping out. Like you said, Matt, you're concerned with the parking spaces, you know, concerns me. So there's just some concerns with that. I really hope you would consider still bringing your, you know, store and your gas station, and I think it's definitely needed for that area as we continue to grow. But I'm very concerned about that other piece, and I would have a really hard time moving forward. Not only with of course, the community input is really important, but just the area. Commerce. I know the land use is commerce and business, and it's going to bring, you know, you said auto-related
And you can put a truck
business.
stop there.
You can put it, but with everything
allowed.
else around there, I just don't think it's the right place. But, so that's my, you know, input, but I would have a really tough time voting for that piece of it, but I am in favor of the QT itself.
I would say I'm big on the infrastructure that we don't have in place on McCartney and I-10. If you ever tried leaving the promenade and going down I-10 and you're heading towards Phoenix and you get off at McCartney and you try to make a left-hand turn, it is a difficult turn and you are going to have to wait for a minute. So for a diesel, and also it's just 2 lanes up there. And also for a diesel to make that turn, that's going to be difficult as well. It's going to cause up some traffic jams and even getting off on the other side. And I appreciate QT and the structure, what you're trying to do with it, like the design and everything like that. However, I just think that there's going to be a lot of other issues that's going to come along with those trucks coming in that area. I was at QT twice today, so I love QT. So, but anyways, I would have a problem because the infrastructure is not in place. And I believe I voted, and I said this before, I believe we were talking about another project once we get to Courtson and building out I-10 and things like that. Until that's completed and that overpass is completed, then I would not be in the favor of this being put there.
Donna?
Just a couple of quick things. I know it's late. Consensus is everybody loves QT. There's no question about that. And I do not feel, I want to make this clear, I do not feel that QT is trying to be deceitful in their plans to get around anything. They probably are the epitome of quality customer service of any convenience store that I've ever been at. So I really feel that they are trying to be earnest in what they're doing. I am concerned about the traffic. I'm concerned about the parking that Matt had mentioned. I traveled this road for 21 years back and forth to Florence, and I can tell you, I'm not even sure at this point a light will help in that area because of the congestion and the traffic flow. I am in favor of QT being there. I'm in favor of that all the way. But having this diesel fuel issue, I'm just not sold on that. I just can't. I can't agree to that.
Matt, anything else?
You know, I would like to see, they seem like they're good to work with, and I agree that they're not trying to be deceitful, but, you know, like the parking spots concern me, but I was wondering if we could see some different plan. You know, like you said, you'd be willing to work, and I don't know if the people would be acceptable to you guys working with them, because usually that's how we do it. You know, again, I'm not going to be labored. I go to QT all the time. Best, you know, best thing. Would it work without the diesel pumps for you guys?
We need to have some because, like I said, we're trying to target the local, the box trucks, some of the RVs and some of that stuff. So that's why we're absolutely willing to limit that number if that's the concern, to get rid of the truck parking. It was also mentioned about starting here and then expanding. That's something that we can't do because everything that we have proposed here is locked into the PAD. So we just can't change it in the future. It has to come back here. So we're very willing to work with you guys on that to limit those numbers if those are some concerns, as well as the parking, because it is a critical component and customers that we're trying to serve.
Well, Bob, go ahead.
I got more to say.
Good, Bob.
So I think the history of Casa Grande, we have not been in the truck stop business. And I really am worried about taking that little step, even though it's only this big. We've always been happy with Eloy hitting the truck stop business. They're set up for it. They've got plenty of room to build more. I don't have any problem with leaving it that way. A couple other things. This idea of having some of the amenities of a truck stop, but not all of them, and sticking with that, I don't know that anybody can do that. I mean, we noticed that your building is turned the wrong way. I have to believe that's so you can do business with the trucks, so people can come in from either direction. I would be thrilled if all we had was our standard QT, like we have on the west side, like we have on the east side. I think that would be perfect. And I wanted to chime in on one more thing. My history is law enforcement, and truck stops are a particular challenge to law enforcement. I've worked special details over at the truck stops over in Eloy, and there is all the things these people have brought up. There is prostitution, there is drug trafficking, there is human trafficking. That's not a slam on truckers or the truck stop business, but it's just a fact. I mean, it's transient, and they've got the means and the location to conduct that kind of business. And I've never seen a facility that was half convenience store and kind of sort of a truck stop. But I'm not willing to give it a shot. I don't think that's a good idea. So.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. All great comments. Want to thank the neighbors for all coming out and talking with us tonight. I would like to suggest, like Councilmember Herman was implying earlier, I believe, was that a continuance might make sense here, so we can continue working with staff to see what less diesel fuel stations would look like on the site, and also maybe talk internally with the QT folks to see what options we have to potentially not do them. Daniel and I, we don't have the authorization tonight to say that we can get rid of all of them.
I'm going to chime in with a comment on that. All of the things that you specified that you want to be able to capture, the box trucks, the RVs and all that, I've seen all of those at Circle K. They have some diesel pumps. The thing that I don't see is an 18-wheeler pulling in there.
I'm not a gas expert, but the way I understand it is there's two different types of diesel.
Right.
Some trucks take a diesel 1 and some take a diesel 2. That's about the extent of my knowledge of it.
Right. If it's a commercial vehicle, it has to use a different diesel.
Right.
And they're different colors, actually.
Yeah, that's again off-road, but might I suggest too is I know you have more of these across the nation if we go this route to try to see if it might, because Circle K does have diesel pumps and people seem to like the Circle K. But how are the other ones operating? What's their thing like? What's that? How do they? What's their crime rates? What's their, because you do have. I've like he said. I'm sorry, can't remember your name, but
Mr. Strauss.
Strauss. I looked some of these up on just while we're sitting here on the computer to see what they look like, and I mean they're kind of big, like truck stops. So, and that's the biggest concern we're getting. Now, another thing that would benefit, I mean, the light at Tucker would alleviate some of that traffic problem of people turning in, and we didn't hear much about the traffic analysis tonight either to see how those traffic patterns are. So I want to give everyone, I've definitely heard what the people say, and they don't want it like this. So, but everyone likes QT.
And I'd suggest maybe a continuance, because it doesn't sound like it's going to go through with the way it currently is being presented. I think QT is one of the best operators of convenience stores in the country. I've dealt with them professionally. They are one of the best companies I've ever dealt with. And, I know that they're an upstanding company. And so I'm sure that there's no malice intended here. And, whether anyone will believe me or not, but I would suggest too that we work with our traffic and our streets, and hopefully if the engineering is done on the McCartney piece, that they can incorporate some of that engineering on our street to help better explain what that interchange will look like, because we're in the middle of designing it right now. So the bond has been approved. That road will be a 5-lane road in front of QT. So what? plus turn lanes. So what does that, what does that look like, and how does that incorporate into your plans? So I would recommend we do a little more there with our traffic department. So I think that will help, and then maybe have a community meeting. Could do it here.
Happy to do so.
Okay. All right.
Absolutely.
We'll let everybody know about it. So,
No.
No.
That's ADOT.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
no, it doesn't touch I-10 and their on and off ramps. That's a ADOT.
That's not our property.
That's an ADOT program. Yes, they do know about it. They know about them. If we could improve that interchange, we'd have more there than a QT. So, all right. So you guys are okay with the continuance on this? Table it.
Mayor, I would move to table the discussion on this until a future date. Is that good enough, Brett? Or
Yes, our code does say we can't table it for more than 2 meetings, so it will need to come back no later than our July 1st meeting.
Is that soon enough for you guys, or long enough?
we could continue again too.
We also have, our code does say that we can't table it for more than 2 meetings. But we can always work with the applicant if they need additional time.
Yeah, if you need additional time, we can.
But for us, we can't table it for more than 2 meetings. under
Enough
our-
time for us
under
to
our
meet
code.
and them to meet with their people and the residents who live.
Yes, Mayor and council members, that's what I was thinking. It's going to take some time to get our notices out.
Right.
Maybe we have the meeting here, maybe we have it at a church nearby there, the community. So that's going to take a little bit of time. It's going to take some time to work with city staff on figuring out what the TI improvements will be, what the McCartney improvements will look like, and come back and with some visual exhibits. And I'd like to put those together before the neighborhood meeting.
Okay.
So that's going to be critical so everyone understands. At the end of the day, lots of folks might not still want the QT with the diesel pumps, but I think the information, being informed and making the decision after you're informed is important.
Okay.
Well, and we have to take into consideration summer too. People are gone, and you just hate to have a meeting, right in the middle of July or, second week of July if it's our second meeting. I mean, I think the further we push it out, the better too, for people that are going to be.
Well, just work with staff. Work with staff, and we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
So for now, the motion on the table is to
Table it.
Definitely.
Second.
All right, a motion and a second to table the item number L2.
1178.
Yeah,
452.
ordinance number 1178.452. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Jeff, you still there? Did you fall asleep? Okay.
Poor Jeff.
All right.
Probably midnight there.
Late. Yeah, it
All right.
is.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Okay, we do have another public hearing. This is item L3. This is for a budget proposed tax levy, including truth and taxation requirements related to the primary tax rate.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. On May 6th, the council adopted the FY 24-25 tentative budget in the amount of $369,860,768. As required by Arizona Revised Statutes, Title 42, Article 3, the tentative budget was published twice in the local paper, and a public hearing on the budget and proposed primary property tax levy truth in taxation was scheduled for tonight's council meeting. Council will not be asked to vote on the actual levy of taxes or the approval of the budget tonight. Council will consider the approval of the final FY 24-25 budget in a special meeting scheduled for June 17th, 2024. In addition, Council will consider approval of the first reading of the 24-25 property tax levy at the regular council meeting on June 17th, 2024. Tonight, Mayor and Council will be holding the public hearing on the city's FY 24-25 proposed budget and primary property tax levy. After the public hearing, as required by Arizona Revised Statute 42-17107.4, the council will be asked to adopt by roll call vote a resolution relating to the truth in taxation property tax levy to meet the requirements of the statute. As proposed and advertised, the primary property tax rate would remain the same as fiscal year 2024, 0.9643 per $100 of assessed value. The total primary property tax levy being proposed for 24-25 is $5,878,352. The proposed primary property tax levy on a home valued at $100,000 will be $96.43, which is the same rate and tax for a home valued at $100,000 from the fiscal year 2024. Due to the anticipated increased assessed valuation, keeping this rate is expected to increase the total of primary property tax collected, exclusive of new construction, by $335,246. If the city maintains its current existing tax levy amount as opposed to the tax rate, the expected primary property tax on a home valued at $100,000 would have been $90.30. This represents an increase of $6.13 for a home valued at $100,000 for a net percentage increase of 6.79%. Although the primary property tax rate is not being increased from last year, the total amount expected to be collected through the primary property tax due to anticipated property value increases exceeds what the city received last fiscal year. Thus, the city is required by Arizona Revised Statutes to take certain steps concerning the truth in taxation. Accordingly, the city published a truth in taxation hearing notice in the Casa Grande Dispatch on Tuesday, May 14th and Saturday, May 25th. The city issued a truth in taxation press release on May 14th, 2024 regarding the truth in taxation hearing and posted the press release on the city's website. The proposed secondary property tax rate, which is set to ensure that the city has sufficient funds to make payments on the bonded indebtedness approved by voters, is 0.3790. The proposed secondary property tax rate for FY 24-25 is a decrease of 0.0407 from fiscal year 2024. And I can answer any questions you may have.
Jeff, do you have any questions? Jeff, do you have any questions? Sorry, talking to the box. Mr. Lavender?
Phone died.
I'm going to ask him if he has questions. I know it's a public hearing. All right. Jeff doesn't have any questions, so I'll open the public hearing. This is a public hearing for the fiscal year 2024-25 budget and proposed tax levy. Is there anybody in the public who would like to address this? All right, seeing no one jump up, then I will close the public hearing. And I'm going to call for a resolution number, please, Gloria.
Resolution number 5652, a resolution of the council of the city of Casa Grande, Arizona, relating to truth in taxation for fiscal year 2024 through 2025.
Mayor McFarland, I move that we approve resolution number 5652 as presented.
Second?
I have a motion and a second. Gloria, can I please get a roll call vote?
Councilmember Lavender.
Okay.
Councilmember Huddleston.
Yes.
Councilmember McBride.
Yes.
Councilmember Fitzgibbons.
Yes.
Councilmember Herman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Edwards.
Yes.
Mayor McFarland.
Yes. All right. Well, thanks, everybody, for hanging on. I think we wore everybody down. So we'll end with our reports, and I'm going to start with you, Donna.
All right, quickly, busy time, swim lessons registration, summer reading program. Danny is going to be exhausted in the next few weeks, and his staff, so be kind to them. And I just want to thank the Arts and Culture Commission. They helped with the unveiling of a utility box at Pert and Cottonwood, so I tell anyone, go by there, do the QR code, and it actually will come alive online with the animals and stuff that are on that. Just hats off to Juan Reyes who did that. It was beautiful, and that's it.
Matt?
Thank you all for staying tonight, and I'll let you go. That's it for me, actually.
No report. No report.
Really quick, just congratulations to Mary Lou Rosales. We've done a lot with her for many years. She just retired after 43 years with CARA. And so she's been a great partner in the city of Casa Grande. So I wish her all the best. We had a celebration on Wednesday. Councilmember Bride and I were both there, and we were happy to be there to celebrate Mary Lou. And then also just a beautiful Memorial Day celebration. I don't know who was able to be there. The mayor was there, did a great job as the guest speaker. But it was wonderful to celebrate those who sacrificed their life in the military. So beautiful celebration.
That was nice.
That's it for me.
No report.
All right. I don't have any report either, so we'll call it an evening.
Wow.
Thanks, everybody. Meeting adjourned.